warned you, ain't no time for no when you sleeping on a stretcher like I'm saying, hey, tryna live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see a and them is coming. They dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping, they you in front of the Baptist church. The strappers they job, they don't have to work. If this stitching, they act berserk and expose up like. Go zoom, zoom. But we show no remorse. Go get a bag, I drip and I sauce. Catch a tag, we knocking them off. After I hit, boy, she hit the door. And them hundreds be coming in, all of this money, and I gotta give me some more. Big bag, better won't hit the floor. Talk hot, then we run your jaw. I'ma hop in the phone and zoom off. That be my dog, I'm calling him Rudolph. I'm in love with the way I get chewed off. Pull up with Blake, he getting screwed off. Brand new Mozzie, big body, we cruise off. He think he hot, we knocking your crew off. Call me nasty the way that I shoot off. Youngin' with drip, I got the juice on. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
I'm in the track trying to whip it, flip it. She on my so I quit it. Walk in the club with my grillin'. You on my chain, come and get it. You trippin'. Listen here, cussy, you got two decisions. Do you want the or do you want the Smithy? Your life is a game, but you better not risk it. And see, I'm in the track trying to whip me a pitch and I move with it. Keep a on deck, he be moving with it. You can on your block, we don't know who did it on the block. And about to go villain. Man, they took it in early, they know we spinning. Since you just can't put a hole up in it. We gon' empty them, so you know we dipping. And my dubby so high, he keep rolling. Gang.
Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah, yeah. No, yeah.
I'll be on the drums.
Long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' bomb, yeah.
Hey, y que no pare. Que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie. Así que ahora mejor salte, no pare.
Hey. Go ahead, girl, with your brickin' on, yeah. Long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' ball me, yeah. I don't want a little bit, I want the whole thing. Wanna of one Mike and Mary Jeans, oh yeah. Why's hating on me, oh yeah. Don't you make it hot, don't make a scene, oh yeah. In the cut with the pump, it is bean, oh yeah. Like a lick, but I'm not one. Get in the cut with it. One up top, hit his top, one up top, hit his top, Just let me know if it's a problem. Bobby, I make it hot, boy. I was really on the block, and now they see me in the car.
Así que no me venga a rescatar. Yo no sé cómo llegué, solo desperté en una habitación que no era de mi hotel. Entonces me enojé, luego me calmé porque había algo para beber. Una vez de buen humor me escapé para el club. Encima dentro había amigos que eran de la cruz. Ahí como que todo se descontroló y terminé con menos plata que víctima Robin Hood. Y ay, te juro que no me di cuenta. Ay, ahora como vuelvo pa' casa, solo me quedó agua en el bolsillo. Era una moneda para el casino. Ahí comprendí que era mi destino. Solo tenías un tiro y aposté al 23. Entonces todo me robé. ¿Qué me va a decir usted?
Like a lick, but I'm not one. Get in the cut with it. One up top, hit his top. One up top, hit his top. Just let me know if it's a problem. Bobby, I make it hot, boy. I was really on the block, and now they see me on the top.
Que no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie. Así que ahora mejor salte, no pare. Oh, be on the drums, yeah, Paulo Londra. Big ligas, los mayores, Cristo Man, yeah, Leones con flow. I'll be on the drums.
Hip hop ain't really this found me. Little bell for the homies. Got a little green ball to beam for the Falby. Took more shots after phase than Calby. After dark, you go crazy. Police ain't scary. You ain't bred for this. I'm still in the hood. They make bread and dip. I'm not jumping ship. I might you, but you got enough of this. Feeling like Snoop with the Source Awards. Feeling like you wasn't born for war. Cause when I come around, you be head to the ground. Crack 'em up. Smell like the man running town. Lucas Mo. When I am, I heard the Lucas toe. Long Beach like Crazy Joe or Mayhem. We'll be getting new wheels from House the Caveman. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Might dump a flip where the is at. Might fuck you where the women at. Baby, bass in my similar. Been crazy, come where you living at. Kick down the door, get down and get gone.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Major League Botball on Twitch.tv for the first of 5 games that we have on our slate today. Eddie McCarthy should be joined by Adam Gotkin momentarily. He texted me having a little bit of trouble getting in right now, but I'm sure he'll be along in just a moment, as it's an exciting time in the world of sports right now, because after going so long with no sports whatsoever, you now have 4 sports teams playing at the same time. You have, of course, baseball right here, basketball and hockey in their respective bubbles, and if you're a soccer fan and you like soccer, it's Champions League time over in England. That's been going on over the past week or so. And of course, also, you can't forget about football. Training camp is in progress. Hard Knocks just came out, first episode. I believe it was this last Tuesday. I think they're having another one this week. So it's always fun. It's an exciting time in the world of sports. And we have a matchup in Cleveland with the Indians and the Mariners, which we're going to take you out to Progressive Field momentarily. The Indians have been playing very well as of late. They've won 7 in a row. They're 8-2 in their last 10. Currently the second wild card, currently in second place in their division. That's the AL Central, behind the Minnesota Twins, who sit at 83-43. That's the best record in all of ball. Indians 2 games back in their division. They have a healthy lead on their wild card status. They're the first seeded wild card at the moment, in front of the Tampa Bay Rays, who have been on a bit of a hot streak as of late as well. We'll talk about them as we progress through the broadcast. Don't know where everybody else is, but I'm in New Jersey. It's a bit of an overcast Sunday afternoon. Had some thunder and some showers in the morning. Let's see how the weather is in Cleveland as we take you inside Progressive Field for the first time, and the weather is not too hot. It looks to be a nasty, dark, cloudy, overcast day as the Indians take the field for the first time here in this third game of 3, and we'll get a look at the Indian starter. That means it's time for 33-year-old Venezuelan right-hander Carlos Carrasco, who makes his 25th start today. His record 9-7, an ERA at 4.03, and a 1.26 whip. His last time out, he was very good. He pitched 7 innings of 1 run, 9 hit ball. Also recorded 8 strikeouts on August 9th in a 5-1 win at the Chicago White Sox. As we're ready for first pitch, JP Crawford steps in for Seattle, raindrops falling down as Carrasco into the wind, and the first pitch is low for ball 1, crossing the plate at 1:46 p.m. Eastern Time. Indians playing in their 123rd game of the season today. They are 79-43, as we said in the open. That means second in the AL Central. The first wild card, though, in the AL, as Carrasco gets his first strike as Crawford chases and swings through it. For the Mariners, J.P. Crawford leads it off. He'll be followed up by Kyle Lewis and Kyle Seager. 2 Kyles in the 2-3 holes.
2 balls, 1 strike.
In the middle, Daniel Vogelbach, he's the DH today. Evan White at first, and Tom Murphy is catching the 5 and 6. And then rounding out the order 7 through 9, Dylan Moore, Austin Nola, and the speedy center fielder Malik Smith. As this is a fly ball into center field. Back to make the catch is Mercado, and the first out of the day is into the glove of the center fielder, as that'll bring up Kyle Lewis. Again, I'm Eddie McCarthy, glad to be here with you for Sunday afternoon ball action, Indians hosting Mariners. My partner Adam Gotkin should be in a moment. He texted me he's having a little bit of trouble logging in on his computer. Should be along when he can. So here is Kyle Lewis. First pitch swinging, fouls that one down the first base side. Carrasco, 9-7 on the year, as we mentioned. Guy who was mainly in the bullpen last year for Cleveland, only made 12 starts this year, back to being a full-time starter in the Indians rotation, which has been very good. You got Carrasco, who is in there. Zach Plezak's been outstanding. So is Mike Clevinger, Shane Bieber. And, of course, you can't forget about Aaron Savali. This is a very good team, managed by Terry Francona. They will be dangerous come October. Patrick Johnson handles our balls and strikes today. Larry Ballard, James Kingsley, and Gary Simmons at first, second, and third. Here's a 2-1 pitch from Carrasco. Lewis fouls it away, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Indians defensively in the outfield, no changes. Delino DeShields is in left. Oscar Mercado, Tyler Naquin in center, and right as a 2-2 is up and away, and the count is full. Around the infield, At third base, Jose Ramirez. Shortstop and second base up the middle is Francisco Lindor and Cesar Hernandez. While at first base is Carlos Santana, and doing the catching, Roberto Perez. As Carrasco will issue his first walk of the game, and the Mariners, will have a one-out base runner as Kyle Lewis draws the walk.
Kyle Seager.
So here comes Kyle Seager, who was the only Mariner really to get anything going offensively yesterday. Seattle would lose 4-1 in the second game of this series. Seager, though, was 2 for 4 with a home run and a double. Accounted for 2 of the Mariners' 3 hits. 3 for 16 in his career against Carlos Carrasco. Cubs and Blue Jays will be coming up at 3:30. That's J-Man and Hines AS on that call. Should be interesting. J-Man's a big Blue Jays guy, while Hines is a die-hard Cubs fan. One and one to Kyle Seager. Hit in the air, pretty deep left field. Back goes to Shields. Still back, and he will make the catch in front of the warning track. Boy, Kyle Seager gave that ball a good ride the opposite way, but Delino DeShields was there to make the catch, and that's the second out of the inning. 2 fly ball outs by Carlos Carrasco. So here's Daniel Vogelbach, hitting .231 this year with 22 home runs. Yesterday was 1 for 3 with the walk. Accounted for the other Mariners hit. He and Seager the only offensive source yesterday. 1 for 8 with 4 strikeouts in his career against Carlos Carrasco. The 0-1 is swung on and missed. Good high fastball, 96 on the gun from Carrasco, who can get it up there pretty high. Likes to sit at 96, 97, and he shows it right there. The Indians in their all-white uniforms, the Mariners in their regular traveling grays. 0-2 here to Daniel Vogelbach from Carrasco. Right side and foul. And we'll do the 0-2 again. If Vogelbach can keep it going, Evan White waits on deck. He would be next. The 0-2 to Vogelbach is low as he lays off on the slider, and it's 1-2. Vogelbach's a big man. He is 6 foot, but 250 pounds, 27 years of age, hailing from Florida. 1-2. And he strikes out. First strikeout of the day for Carrasco, and the top of the first is over. The Mariners throw up a donut as the Indians will hit for the first time when we come back here in Cleveland. Connor Sadzek will take his turn on the mound for the first time as we welcome you back to Progressive Field. Sadzek getting the spot start today, only his 3rd start of the year, has got a 3-1 record, mainly coming out of the bullpen. In all, this will be his 16th appearance.
Leading off for the Indians,
a 3.66 ERA and a 1.47 whip. He will be tested today. First up, Oscar Mercado, who hits .311 this year. Good enough for 9th in the major leagues in batting average. Mariners 49-75, last place in the AL West. You're going to see a lot of very young guys in their lineup today, trying to get a look at everybody. Their playoff hopes have sailed away.
That's outside.
Sadzek, a guy who came up with the Texas Rangers in their system. Never actually played a major league game with them. Made his big league debut in Seattle. As this is chopped to short, and a nice play is made by J.P. Crawford on the run for out number 1.
The second baseman, Jacob Hernandez.
The Mariners defensively in the outfield. No changes from yesterday. Kyle Lewis is in left. Malik Smith in center. Dylan Moore plays right field. Around the infield, it is Kyle Seager playing third. J.P. Crawford, who made that nice play, he's at short. Austin Nola is at second. The rookie Evan White handles ground balls at first. And Tom Murphy calls the pitches for 6'7", 240-pound Connor Sadzek. Cesar Hernandez up for the Indians, 0-1. Lays down the bunt, pretty good one. Is there a play? There is not.
Batting third.
Beautiful bunt, Cesar Hernandez down the third base side, and the Indians have their first hit and first base runner. And here's Frankie Lindor. They'll check up on Hernandez, who likes to run a little bit, has 9 stolen bases on the year. Lindor, first pitch swinging, fouls down the left field side. Well, we mentioned it's a busy day in the world of sports, and it certainly is. All 30 Major League teams in action today. The Mariners will be in Houston in real life. They start at 2:10 at Minute Maid Park. The Indians, meanwhile, they are at Detroit playing at Comerica Park against the Tigers. Last I checked, they lead at 1-0. It was in the top of the second. That was around 5 minutes ago. Up the middle, that is through, and Lindor's got himself a base hit. Just out of the reach of the backhand try from the second baseman, that is Austin Nola, and the Indians have got something working here in the first. Carlos Santana, the switch hitter, will step in. Cleanup batter, hitting .278 this year with 35 home runs. .35 home runs, good enough for 4th in the American League. Yordan Alvarez out in Houston, down there in Texas, who is just having an absolutely ridiculous year. He leads that category with 47. In the National League, however, Jorge Soler is already past 50. He was at 51 when I had their game on Friday night with Shark Shavery. Dodgers and D-backs, that's a big series to keep your eye out for. Last game will be today.
1-1.
First and second with 1 out for Carlos Santana, who was 0 for 4 with a strikeout yesterday. And a big cut there, but he comes up empty, and it's 1-2. Adam Gotkin will hopefully be along momentarily. He's supposed to be my partner for today, having a little bit of technical issues. But for now, I'll be taking you through solo, at least for the moment. Third game of this series, the Indians took the first 2, and they're threatening here in the first. Santana gets a piece of the curveball, and the count will continue. Still 2-2. Santana will be followed up by Jose Ramirez and then Domingo Santana if it gets that far. And he takes outside another curveball from Sadzek, who's been using that pitch quite a bit here in this first inning. Sadzek, another guy, though, who can really dial up that fastball. Likes to sit 97, 98, relying more on off-speed stuff so far. Full to Santana. That time they went to the fastball, but he catches up to it and stays alive. Runner's not going. And Santana is late, but stays alive once again. That time the fastball got up to 98. The old veteran, 33-year-old Carlos Santana managed to fight it off. Full again. Right side might be. Out at second and out at first, and it's an inning-ending double play for Connor Sadzek. A scoreless first on both sides. Second inning rolls in here at Progressive Field. Heidi Watney reminds us to please donate to Meals on Wheels as we start the top of the second inning. Evan White will lead it off for Seattle. He'll be followed up by Tom Murphy and Dylan Moore, as it'll be 5, 6, and 7 for the Mariners, as Carlos Carrasco begins inning of work number 2.
White.
Said it a couple of times, but a busy day in the world of sports today. Talked about all 30 teams in baseball are in action. The NHL will also be playing 4 playoff games today. Washington and the New York Islanders, which is going on right now, as a little blooper is going to fall. So the leadoff man is on. Base hit for the rookie Evan White,
The catcher, number 2.
who had a rough day yesterday, but off to a good start here today with a seeing eye single. It just drops between the second baseman Hernandez and the right fielder Tyler Naquin. So now Tom Murphy, who was an all-star this year, is 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts yesterday. And he's behind the fastball, 0-1. But the NHL playing 4 games today. Washington and the Islanders, they play game 3 at the moment. Last I checked, that game was tied. Dallas and the Calgary Flames supposed to start any minute. That series, the Flames are up 2-1. Game 4 is today as Murphy once again swings and misses, and it's 0-2. Later tonight, Vegas will have a chance to try and close it out against the Chicago Blackhawks in Game 4. That's at 6:30. And then Philadelphia will play Game 3 against the Canadiens. That's at 8 o'clock. Gonna do kind of like an NFL Red Zone style broadcast today. We'll keep an eye on real-life baseball and real-life hockey, while of course providing excellent coverage of this game at hand. 1-2 to Murphy. And he strikes out. Second strikeout of the day for Carlos Carrasco. And he's got his first out of the second inning, and here's Dylan Moore, the right fielder. Moore was 0 for 3 yesterday with a strikeout. The Indians, or beg your pardon, the Mariners, were really stymied by the pitching of Mike Clevinger, who went 5 2/3, only allowed 1 run on 3 hits. The Indians' bullpen took care of the rest.
Nope.
Moore lays off on the 1-0, 2 balls and no strikes. Dylan Moore, a guy who moved around a lot in the minor leagues before finally finding his way to Seattle. Played with Texas, Atlanta, and Milwaukee, all 3 of their systems, without ever playing a big league game before he was finally signed by Seattle before 2019. 2-1. Good pitch by Carrasco, paints the black on the outside corner, and it's 2-2. Back-to-back strikeouts for Carrasco as Moore chases out and away. That's number 3 for Carlos. He's off to a good start here. So with 2 out here is Austin Nola. Batting 8th today. Nola, one of the older guys on this Mariners team at 30. Played his college ball at LSU, where he won a College World Series title in 2009.
Get him down now. 1-1.
How about that double play combination on that LSU infield? Nola played shortstop DJ LeMahieu, the all-star from the Yankees. He was at second. No wonder why they won the title.
He's
1-1 pitch to Austin Nola is grounded foul, and it's 1-2.
I got the count. 2-2.
Runaway slider ran away a little bit too far, so now the count 2-2. If Nola can continue, Malik Smith will be next. The 2-2. Nola right side, slicing, foul, and he'll get a do-over. Evan White at first after the leadoff bloop single. Nola trying to move him along. 2-2 from Carrasco.
We got full count.
And good job laying off on that looping curveball, and the count is full, and they will start White. The payoff is strike free as Nola chases after a nasty changeup from Carrasco, who strikes out the side in the second. Indians to bat in the home half of the second. No score here in Cleveland. Jose Ramirez leads off for the Indians. Switch hitter who bats from the left side here today. I tell you, the Indians have a lot of switch hitters. 2 through 5 in this lineup can all bat from both sides. Hernandez, Lindor, Santana, and then Ramirez, who is up right now. Thick fog here in Cleveland has not lifted, and the rain's still falling. 1-0 to Ramirez. Dead red fastball that Ramirez takes for strike one. Ramirez was 2 for 4 with a run scored yesterday. Indians would score all 4 of their runs in an explosive first inning, but did not score again. Two-1 Ramirez.
Ball that's outside.
And it's outside, misses on the fastball. 3 balls and a strike. Ramirez, .299 this year, having a terrific season. 19 home runs and 65 driven in. Sadzek finds himself in a full count to start the bottom of the second. Payoff pitch, just a little high. And Ramirez will trot down to first as the leadoff man is on.
The designated hitter, Domingo Santana.
So here is Domingo Santana, one of the few players in the game that does not use batting gloves. Old school, as they say. Domingo has been around in his career, only 27 years old, as he takes a looping curveball outside for ball one. He's been with Houston, Milwaukee, was on the Mariners actually in 2019, so playing against his old team today. Signed by the Indians just before the start of 2020 on a 1-year deal with a club option for the 2021 campaign. Was injured for much of the year, so only playing in his 48th game today, and is the DH.
That's ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Sadzek ran into trouble in the first. Gave up base hits to Hernandez, that's Cesar Hernandez, and Francisco Lindor, but would be bailed out by a 4-6-3 double play. Big cut there from Santana, but nothing to show for it. It's 2-2. He struck him out. Caught the corner, and Santana not happy. Santana, a big guy, 6'5", 220, probably thinking that there's no way that he could reach that pitch. First strikeout of the day for Connor Sadzek. Here's Tyler Naquin, the right fielder, who takes the fastball for a strike. Oh, 0-1 to Naquin, on it, but behind it, and it's 0-2. Naquin played his college ball at Texas A&M. 2-strike pitch is on the ground. That is foul, just to the right of that first base bag, or else Naquin probably had himself extra bases. Again, the 0-2. Behind it, but stays on it. And he'll prolong the at-bat. Another 0-2. This time he got him. Fastball just inches off the ground at 95, and Naquin chases it. Back-to-back strikeouts for Connor Sadzek, and the second out of the inning. So here is Roberto Perez, who has been colder than a block of ice as of late, hitting a dismal 187 this year. Is only in that lineup because he is one of the best defensive catchers in all of baseball. And again, they check up on Jose Ramirez, who also likes to run. 13 stolen bases on the year for him. A lot of guys who can swipe bags on this Indians team.
2 balls, no strikes.
Perez had another rough day yesterday, was 0 for 3. He also struck out and hit into a double play. Ahead 2-0.
I got 2-1.
Big cut, but he whiffs, and it's 2-1. Again, Perez unable to connect. That was 97. Now the count 2-2. This will be pitch number 38 for Connor Sadzek. Perez will take, and it's 3-2. Ramirez will get an early start on a full count with 2 out. Oh, and look out, that one gets away. Down the right field line, Ramirez will not advance, and the Mariners catch a break. 3-2. Perez, right center field. This ball is going to get into the gap. Rounding third and coming home is Ramirez. He will score without a throw. And the catcher Perez delivers. It's an RBI double, and it's 1-0 Cleveland. Roberto Perez finally makes an impact on a game with the bat. Good hitting right there as he knocks it between those 2 outfielders in that right center gap, and the Indians are up 1-0. Here is Delino DeShields. Will bat with a runner in scoring position. One strike to Shields, and the curveball misses outside, 1-1. Only the 10th double for Perez this year. But it gets the Indians on the board.
2-1.
It'll be 2 balls and 2 strikes to Delino DeShields, who hits in the 9th spot today. Oscar Mercado, the leadoff man, is on deck if he can keep it going. 2-2, and the curveball misses, and the count will be full. Perez at second, definitely not running on the full count. Ripped, foul. DeShields a little bit out in front of it. Another 3-2. This is a little blooper into right, but making the catch, that is the right fielder Moore. But Roberto Perez gets the Indians on the board. An RBI double, and it's 1-0 Cleveland after 2 as the 3rd inning rolls in at Progressive Field. Malik Smith hitting the 9 spot will lead it off for Seattle in the top of the 3rd.
Malik.
Carlos Carrasco has pitched 2 scoreless innings thus far, and he starts inning number 3 off with a strike.
Ball. I got 1 ball, 1 strike.
Get another update from Adam, having some trouble with some software issues on his computer. He will be in when he can. But for now, you're stuck with me here on Sunday afternoon. One ball, 2 strikes to Malik Smith.
Ball! That pitch is out.
And Carrasco misses outside. It's 2-2. This time he got him. Another low strike 3 is called, and it's number 5 on the day for Carlos Carrasco.
Shortstop, JP Crawford.
So with 1 out, here's JP Crawford with the bases empty. As through the first time through the order, Carlos Carrasco records 5 strikeouts and only allows 1 hit, 2 base runners overall, and of course, no runs. So Crawford for the second time, first pitch to him is low. Crawford 222 this year, flied to center his first time up.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Comes a 1-1. On the ground to Ramirez. Should be easy, and it is 2 out.
The left fielder, number 1, Kyle Lewis.
So here's Kyle Lewis with 2 out in the inning, who walked back in the first. He'll try and get something going for Seattle with 2 out. Takes a strike from Carrasco. Lewis, the 24-year-old from Georgia, one of quite a few first-round picks that the Mariners have on their roster. The 11th overall choice back in 2016 out of Mercer University.
Count 1-1.
Inside strike is called, and it's 1-2. And Carrasco knocking on the door of his first 1-2-3 inning. A 1-2 to Lewis. To the shortstop Lindor. Backhand and a throw is right on the money. And Carlos Carrasco has retired the side in order. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. Seattle still has not scored a run. 1-0 Indians. Heidi Watney once again reminding us to please donate to Meals on Wheels. If you're watching this game on Twitch, there should be a link in the Twitch stream. If you cannot find it but still wish to make a donation, please message in the Twitch chat, and one of the members of our Botball community would be delighted to help you out.
Leading up for the Indians, the center fielder, Oscar Mercado.
Oscar Mercado leads it off for the Indians here in the top of the 3rd. Mercado, the leadoff man, grounded to short his first time up. Been on a tear as of late, has hit 3 home runs and driven in 7 runs in his past 6 games. And he rips one into left, and that's a base hit. So Mercado is on for the first time, and the Indians have the first man on here in the 3rd. Over in the NHL, the Caps and Islanders are deadlocked at 1 with 10:15 remaining in the third period. Caps desperately need this game. They trail that series 2-0. Meanwhile, out in Edmonton in the Western Conference, the Stars and Flames, Game 3 of that series with the Stars up 2-1. Game 4 is scoreless with 5 minutes gone by first period. Here's a 2-0 to Cesar Hernandez. Curveball comes in for a strike, and it's 2-1.
He's going.
There goes the runner. Throw down is in time. Murphy guns down Mercado. And the bases are clear as Mercado was caught stealing for the 8th time this year. Pitch was also a strike, so a 2-2 to Hernandez. Up the middle, that is a base hit into left center. It'll be cut off. And back-to-back hits for the Indians, but because of the stolen base, they'll have to start over again with the runner at first for Frankie Lindor. Hernandez, by the way, now has 2 hits. Had that beautiful bunt single back in the first. And here is Lindor, another guy who singled his first time up. One and 0 to Lindor, and that's up and away. 2 balls and no strikes to the 26-year-old shortstop from Cagua, Puerto Rico. In my opinion, he's got the best nickname in all of baseball. They call him Mr. Smile. Guy's always smiling. Someone who just loves to play the game, and he just missed out on a double right there down the left field line. Sadzek's 2-1 is sliced foul, and it's 2-2. Cesar Hernandez, another guy who can run. He's got 9 steals on the year. But Tom Murphy showed off the arm to nail Mercado. Back to the pitcher. And they get the double play to end the inning. 1-6-3. And Connor Sadzek is through 3. 1-0 Indians. We're a third of the way there here in Cleveland. Kyle Seager, brother of Corey on the Dodgers, leads it off to start the top of the 4th for the Mariners. It'll be Seager, Vogelbach, and Evan White. Big bats coming up for Seattle against Carlos Carrasco, who has struck out 5 and only allowed 1 hit thus far. There you see the shift, heavy shift on Kyle Seager. Just gonna throw it out there that if he bunted down the third base line, which he can't do now that it's 0-2, he could have basically walked to first. 2 strikes to Seager.
Ball, that's in.
And Carrasco misses inside, 1-2. Kyle, the eldest of the 3 Seager brothers, all 3 of which have professional contracts. And he rips this one down the line, but it is caught by Santana, who will step on the bag. Nice play, as that ball may have ticked the bag. And Santana, good awareness for out number 1. So here is Daniel Vogelbach, another guy that the Indians will stay in their shift for, also a big-time pull hitter.
Ball 1, no strike.
Vogelbach, an all-star in 2019, he hit 30 home runs. This year he's got 22. And he hits this one pretty well in the air, left center field. Back goes DeShields at the wall. This ball is gone. Vogelbach has tied it with a solo shot here in the fourth. Well, seemingly on cue, we were talking about Vogelbach's home runs. He goes the opposite way. Really good hitting for a guy who usually is a extreme pull hitter to the right side, but he parks that one in the left center field seats, and it's 1-1.
The first baseman, number 12.
As Evan White steps in.
White.
Home run number 23 for Vogelbach. And the 22nd home run that Carlos Carrasco has allowed this year. (1-0) to White. Good cut, but foul. He gets a piece of that. Pretty good one, actually, down that right field line. So 1 out in the inning for Evan White after the Vogelbach home run.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Let's see how Carlos Carrasco responds. The guy who was the AL Comeback Player of the Year last year. What an inspiring story that was. He was diagnosed with leukemia back in June of 2019. He came back and pitched in September and was part of their playoff roster. He was awarded the AL Comeback Player of the Year. What a story. What resilience from Carlos Carrasco, who is also an absolute, he's a great guy. That's really the best way you can put it. In addition to the AL Comeback Player of the Year last year, also was awarded the Clemente Prize. Carlos, very active in charity, in his charity work and also community development. He's invested hundreds of thousands of dollars and hundreds of hours of time into charity and community work. And he was recognized for that last year as he walked away with the Roberto Clemente Award, which for baseball is very similar to the Walter Payton Prize in the NFL. Walter Payton, a Man of the Year award, given annually at the Super Bowl to the NFL player who makes the best commitment and the most impact in his or her community. It's usually his. There has never been a female recipient of the Walter Payton Award as of yet. One ball, 2 strikes to Tom Murphy. And look out, that one got away. It is a rainy night here in Cleveland, probably slipped out of Carrasco's hands. So now it's 2-2. More accurate this time, but still a little bit inside. And the count is full with Dylan Moore waiting on deck if Murphy can keep it going. Carrasco's payoff is in there for strike 3 called. And that will do it for the top of the fourth. But Daniel Vogelbach has tied this game with a solo home run. Just sneaks over that high wall in left center. We're tied at 1 as the Indians will bat for the 4th time when we come back.
Leading off for the Indians, the first baseman,
Carlos Santana leads off for Cleveland as we start the bottom of the 4th. It'll be 4, 5, and 6 for the Indians. Santana, Jose Ramirez, and then Domingo Santana. As Santana takes a strike, 0-1. Santana's been on a tear in his last 7, 12 for 28, hitting .429. Unsurprisingly, that coincides with the Indians' win streak. Indians have won 7 in a row. They're 8-2 in their last 10. Unfortunate thing for them is that the Twins, who they are chasing in that Central Division, as Santana is set down on 3 pitches. The Twins are 9-1 in their last 10. They've won 5 in a row. So the Indians have the second best record in baseball. If they were in the National League, they would be the top seed, but unfortunately they are in the Central Division of the AL, which means they are in second place, 2 games back of the Indians, who are the first team over 80 wins. They're at 83 and 43. 40 games over 500 for Minnesota. What a year they've had. As Sadzek's got his second out of the inning here. Pop-up put away by the first baseman, that's White. And a quick 2 out here in the bottom of the 4th.
Hitter. Come and go. Santana.
So here is Domingo Santana with 2 out and the base is empty. And he takes a fastball for strike 1. Santana did not start yesterday. Oh, 1 from Sadzek.
1-1.
Is a slider that got away. And it's 1-1. Santana, little blooper, it'll be caught. Back-to-back balls are retired by Evan White, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Connor Sadzek. We're through 4 in Cleveland, deadlocked at 1. Welcome back to Progressive Field as we start the top of the 5th. Once again, Heidi Watney reminding us to please donate to Meals on Wheels. As Dylan Moore will lead off the inning for the Seattle Mariners, who so far have only been able to manage 2 hits, but one of those was the Daniel Vogelbach solo shot, and we are tied at 1 as we enter inning number 5.
Moore.
Pitch to Moore is a curveball for a strike. Moore 2 for 6 in his career against Carrasco. Struck out his first time up. And Carrasco's now worked it to 0-2. Good fastball. Caught the uppermost part of the zone.
I got the count 1-2.
Carlos Carrasco has been very good so far. That pitch count only at 66. In line to go deep into this ballgame. Already has got 6 strikeouts. And there's number 7. As Moore is retired via the strikeout for the second time in this ballgame. And it's the first out of the 5th.
Nola.
So here's Austin Nola with 1 out in the 5th. First pitch swinging is lanced down the right field line, and it's foul. We'll give you a Major League Baseball update. Already gave you around the NHL. Indians and Tigers are tied at 3 in the bottom of the 4th in Detroit. And there's no score in the Mariners-Astros game. That's in the top of the 2nd. Two strikes to Nola. And he'll stay alive. Gets a piece of the slider, still 0-2. Back to the NHL, Capitals and Islanders still tied at 1, under a minute to play in the 3rd. That looks to be going to overtime. Flames and Stars still scoreless first period. Ripped! What a play! That's Jose Ramirez flashing the leather at third base. 2 out. Jose Ramirez probably not going to win a Gold Glove in his career, but he gives a terrific defensive effort over there at third, and he shows it right there. Adam's still having a little bit of trouble getting into our Discord server. I'm sure he'll be along when he can. 2-0 to Malik Smith is left side and foul, as that one sent the umpire hitting the deck. Back up the middle, and that's a base hit. A 2-out single for Malik Smith. And that's bad news for the Indians, because that means the AL leader in stolen bases, who has a whopping 44 steals on the year, is now on and has the opportunity to wreak some havoc. And they check on him immediately. They're thinking right along with me. A strike to Crawford starts the at-bat, 0-1 as he bats for the third time out of the leadoff spot. So far today, he has flied out and grounded out. They pitch out, but guess wrong. And all that does is just adds an extra ball to the count. Probably an unnecessary one. So Smith not running on the pitch out. And now they check on him once again, and he dives back in time. You can see why they wanted to pitch out. He's certainly got a lead. That's Smith, that is. That says that looks like he's about to run. 1-1 is ripped into center. This ball is down. Smith will go first to third and make it with ease. And they're at the corners with 2 out, as the Mariners are putting on a little bit of a rally, all with 2 out here in the 5th. As Kyle Lewis steps to the plate, the Capitals and Islanders in the NHL have officially gone to overtime in Game 3. This is a fly ball into right off the bat of Lewis, but Naquin is there, and that'll do it for the top of the 5th, halfway through in Cleveland. We're tied at 1 at Progressive Field.
Leading off for the Indians, the right
Mariners bullpen is getting loose. Saw 2 guys could not pick out their numbers. Tyler Naquin leads off in the bottom of the 5th for the Indians. 7, 8, and 9 for Cleveland, as Naquin grounds right side and foul for strike number 1. Here comes the 0-2.
That's a ball.
And it just misses low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Brandon Brennan, Nestor Cortez Jr. 1 lefty, 1 righty, both getting loose for Seattle. Although Connor Sedzek's been pretty good so far. Allowed 1 run on 4 hits, and he's got himself another strikeout. That's number 4 for him today. That's how we start the Indians' half of the 5th.
Roberto Perez.
Roberto Perez, who has driven in the only run of the game for Cleveland, will not drive in another one right here.
He's out.
Sadzek puts it away, and quickly 2 out here in the 5th.
The left fielder, number 00.
I'll tell you something, Connor Sadzek, who got basically a spot start today from Seattle, whereas manager Scott Servius was probably holding his breath, has been very good. The This is an extremely talented Indians lineup, and Sadzek has held them to just 5 hits. Delino DeShields out of the 9 spot, who flew out to right his first time up. 0-1 is on the ground, foul, and into the camera well, and it's 0-2. Sadzek consistently pounding the strike zone, has only issued 1 walk. 0-2 DeShields.
Oh, that's off the plate.
And that one just missed, and it's 1-2. Oscar Mercado, the leadoff man, is on deck, but first DeShields has to keep it going. DeShields into right center field. This ball is down. Shields will dig for second, and he will get there safely and standing up, and it's a 2-out double for Delino DeShields. And the Indians have a runner in scoring position here in the 5th. Sadzek left an 0-2 pitch up, and DeShields made him pay for it. It's his 14th double of the year, and now Oscar Mercado has a chance to bring him in. First pitch is a curveball that misses 1-0. It is as gloomy and as dreary a day as it was at 1:46 when we started this game. Pickoff attempt. And diving back in time is DeShields. The rain has not slowed, nor has it sped up. And the sun has not been able to burn through the fog and the overcast day either. One and one. Curveball is down, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Delino DeShields is at second. He has very good speed. Anything to the outfield that's down, he should score. Sadzek needs just 1 more strike to get out of it. The 2-2 to Mercado. Hit in the air, left field. This ball is back, and this ball is gone! Mercado! A 2-run shot, and it's 3-1. Oscar Mercado, his 20th home run of the year, and it's a big one. It makes the score 3-1. We said Sadzek only needed 1 more strike to get out of the inning. He had Mercado at 2-2, but he leaves it up, and Mercado makes him pay. StatCast has that one. 107 off the bat and a distance of 429 feet. And that one hurts for Seattle. And now Hernandez hits one just foul. Almost extra bases there for Cesar Hernandez. Oh, 1 to Hernandez, the former Philly.
1-1.
And he takes outside 1-1. This is Cesar Hernandez's first year with the Cleveland Indians. He was signed out of Venezuela at 16 years old by the Phillies organization, and he's got himself at least a double. Nobody on the left side because of the shift, and Hernandez makes them pay for it. 3 straight hits for the Indians, and perhaps they have finally figured out Connor Sadzek. Just terrific hitting from Hernandez, who goes the other way. for his 33rd double of the year. The second double of the inning hit by the Indians. All of this started with 2 outs. Delino DeShields doubled. Oscar Mercado hit a 2-run home run into left field. That brought in DeShields and made it 3-1. And now Hernandez has hit a double. But Lindor quickly has fallen behind here, 0-2. Zadzek trying to get out of the inning. Skips in, good stop back there. Tom Murphy did well to knock that down. He's had a good game. Very good defensively, and he's thrown out 1 runner. 1-2
That's in. Walter.
is just off the plate inside. And now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Might be the last inning for Connor Sadzek right here. This will be pitch number 88 on his outing, a guy who normally comes out of the pen.
We got 3 balls
And it's a
2
curveball, it misses. And Sadzek is not happy. The low strike has been what Patrick Johnson, our home plate umpire, has been really, for the most part, giving today. But he did not get the call right there. Now it's full to Lindor. He walked him. 4 straight 2-out base runners.
The first baseman.
And here comes Carlos Santana for Cleveland. And now Scott Servius has decided that he's seen enough. So Sadzek is unable to get out of the 5th inning, and he will leave after 4 2/3 of work. Still responsible for the runners on 1st and 2nd, and here comes Brandon Brennan, making his 13th appearance, a 5.4 ERA. Only thrown 13 innings this year. His first task is the the switch hitting cleanup batter, Carlos Santana, who bats from the left side. And ball 1 to Santana. Hernandez at second, good speed. Lindor at first, also good speed. Anything in the outfield should certainly score Hernandez. Anything in the gap, Lindor will probably get home. Especially with the 2-out head start he'll be running on contact. One and 1 to Santana is hit foul, and it's 1-2. Brennan strikes out Santana, and the Mariners get out of the inning. But Oscar Mercado on a 2-2, 2-out count goes big fly into left. And it's 3-1 Indians after the 2-run shot. We're through 5 here in Cleveland.
Leading off for the Mariners, the third baseman.
Kyle Seager leads off the top of the 6th for Seattle. 3, 4, and 5. That's Seager, Vogelback, who has the home run, and Evan White, who will come to the plate this inning against Carlos Carrasco, who starts his 6th inning of work with a foul ball and strike 1. Elsewhere around the majors in real life, the Indians have taken a 4-3 lead against the Tigers as this is into the shift. Long throw. Oh! Wow!
Now that designated hitter,
What a play!
Daniel
That was Cesar Hernandez. Boy, that must have been 50 feet into the outfield. And it's in time to get Kyle Seager. Wow. So here's Daniel Vogelback, who had a home run last time up into left center field. Dominic Leone, Yoshihisa Hirano getting loose in that Indians bullpen. One strike to
Ball
Vogelbach.
1.
And it's low, 1-1. Mentioned the Indians are ahead 4-3 against the Tigers, while the Astros and Mariners are scoreless in the bottom of the second in Houston.
No. Inside.
Two-one pitch to Vogelbach
Nope. Outside.
is outside, and it's 3-1. Vogelbach, a guy who was originally drafted by the Chicago Cubs, but he'd be traded when the Cubs wanted to get Mike Montgomery
Got 3 and 2.
at the 2016 deadline. Montgomery, of course, would be a big help for Chicago on their World Series run in 2016. 3-2 to Vogelbach. Little chopper up the middle. Hernandez, do I see twice? Yes! Another terrific play by Cesar Hernandez,
The first
who's
baseman
gotten
of
them
the
both.
Cubs,
Maybe try somebody else.
White.
And 2 out in the 6th. So Evan White with 2 outs and empty bases will try and string something together for Seattle. In the NHL, the Capitals and Islanders overtime has just begun.
Nope, that's off the
Provide you
ball 2.
updates there. The Stars and Flames, meanwhile, in Game 3, they are at the end of the first period in the first intermission. Joe Pavelski scored for Dallas, and the Stars lead it 1-0 after 1. 2-0 to White is hit in the air pretty deep to left field. Back at the wall. This ball is off the wall. White digs for second. He will make it standing up. And it's a 2-out double for Seattle.
Tom Murphy.
White just missed out on the home run, and now he will have to depend on Tom Murphy, the catcher, to try and drive him in. Murphy has had 2 at-bats in this ballgame, struck out both times. Swinging in the third, or beg your pardon, swinging in the second, looking in the fourth. 0-1. 0-2 as Murphy's behind that one. 2-seamer that time from Carrasco. 2 strikes to Murphy. Got him! And the inning is over. Murphy strikes out on 3 pitches, and a 2-out double does no harm to Carlos Carrasco. Middle of the 6th in Cleveland. The Indians still by 2 at Progressive Field.
Leading up for the Indians, the third baseman, Sanchez.
Jose Ramirez will get it going for Cleveland in bottom 6. Staying in the game is Brandon Brennan. Jammed Ramirez for strike 1.
One and one.
It'll be Jose Ramirez, Domingo Santana, and Tyler Naquin here in the home half of the 6th as Matt McGill, Trevor Williams get loose.
Two balls, one strike.
Unfortunately, Adam Gotkin not going to be able to be joining us. Software issue is too much to solve as of right now. Two and two to Ramirez. Fooled on the changeup, but still fights it off, and it's Still 2-2. That's a tongue twister. Still 2-2. Ramirez
Count is 3-2.
takes high, and the count is full. Brandon Brennan came on and struck out Carlos Santana to bail out Connor Sadzek, whom, by the way, we can officially close the book on. He goes 4 2/3 innings, strikes out 3, walks 2, while giving up 8 hits and 3 runs, all 3 of them earned. Full to Ramirez.
Ball 4.
And the leadoff man is on as Ramirez draws the walk.
Now batting, the designated hitter, Shoemaker. Santana.
Here's Domingo Santana now, who's 0 for 2 today. He has struck out and lined out. And a first pitch strike. Santana, 4 home runs in his last 10 games. He's been hot as of late, as is this entire Cleveland ball club in the month of August. August has been very kind to Cleveland. They've won 7 in a row. They've taken a fairly commanding lead in their wild card status.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
Indians at 79 and 43. Tampa Bay, the next closest team's at 72 and 51. But I'll tell you, the team that's really fallen off, that's the Chicago White Sox. It was a 3-headed monster up until late July, early August, when the Indians started to play like world beaters and the White Sox just crashed and burned. White Sox now 69 and 54 after being within 3 games of the division pretty much the whole year. They now find themselves 12 and a half games out of first place and 3 games out of the wild card. They've had an absolutely miserable 20-game stretch.
Ball 1, no strike.
Runner not going, but they pitch out again. Boy, the Indians did that when Malik Smith was on base. And now the Seattle Mariners with Jose Ramirez have done the same thing, and now they check on Ramirez. Naquin will bounce that one foul, and it's 1-1. Right side should be 2. Oh no, it's thrown into left. Running to third, will he get there in time? He will. Ramirez gets to third. It's a 2-base error on the rookie first baseman White. And they're at first and third with 1 out for Cleveland here in the 6th. So a chance for Roberto Perez to really put some distance between the two clubs. And Perez takes a strike. Roberto doubled in a run in the second and grounded back to the pitcher when it was still Connor Sadzek back in the 5th. And he's up here with a chance to drive in a run in the home half of the 6th inning. Very slow, though, so a ground ball is most likely 2. Oh and 2.
Ball 1.
And Perez will take 1 ball and 2 strikes. Big news in the NHL. Matt Barzal of the Islanders scores the OT winner at 4:28 into overtime. And the Islanders take a 3-game series lead on the Caps. Might be 2 again. This time they get it. Redemption for White, the rookie first baseman. And the Mariners get out of a jam. End of 6. 3-1 Cleveland.
Your attention, please. Now
Dominic Leone will come on for the top of the 7th, which means the day
Dominic.
for the starter Carlos Carrasco is done. What a terrific effort that he put forth. He goes 6 innings, allows only 5 hits on 1 run,
The right fielder, Dylan Moore.
walks 1 and struck out 8. In line to pick up the victory if the Indians bullpen can take care of the final 9 outs. Dylan Moore, Austin Nola, Malik Smith for Seattle. Here in the visiting half of the 7th. Dominic Leone, the 28-year-old right-hander from Connecticut,
2 strikes.
sees action regularly for Terry Francona's team. Good start for Leone. He strikes out Dylan Moore, who goes down on strikes for the 3rd time today.
Austin Nola.
And Moore had a rough night. Austin Nola, who has struck out and lined to 3rd. He bats for the 3rd time. In Detroit, the Tigers have now tied that game. It is 4-4. Indians 4, Tigers 4. That game in the bottom of the 5th. The Mariners and Astros, meanwhile, are tied at 1 in the top of the 3rd.
Count is 2-1.
For our fans on the East Coast, the Mets are up 2-1 against the Phillies. That game in the bottom of the 6th. The Nationals lead the Orioles 5-1. Also in bottom 5, that game in Camden Yards. Another strikeout for Dominic Leone, back-to-back.
Up next for Seattle, the center fielder.
And this time his victim is Nola.
Nope.
Malik Smith out of the 9-hole. Who knocked a base hit last time, made it to 3rd, but did not score. Smith, a fly ball off the end of the bat. Mercado will send us to the stretch.
Your attention, please. Now pitching.
And after the shortest 7th inning stretch in the history of baseball, here comes Matt McGill. I mean, usually they'll show us the score bug, and I'll get a chance to say, you know, no runs, no hits, no errors, none left, or something along that, something of that nature, but not even. They blink right by it. And it's Matt McGill and Delino DeShields, and it's inside to start the bottom of the 7th.
Hey. 1 ball, 1 strike.
So a good job by Brandon Brennan, who lasts 1 1/3 inning, does not give up a run, and now he'll turn it over to Matt McGill. Two and 1 to DeShields. Jammed him, and he swings and misses. It's 2-2. A 2-2 from McGill. Struck him out. And DeShields is gone.
the center fielder, number 35, Oscar Mercado.
So now Oscar Mercado for the third time. He has the big hit in this ballgame. A 2-run home run in the 5th on a 2-2 count with 2 out in the inning. But he went golfing and parked one in the left field bleachers 429 feet from home plate. This time it's to the left side, fielded by McGill. Tough play, they got him. That was not easy as Mercado gets down the line very quickly, but Matt McGill shows off the arm, and it's quickly 2 out. So here is Cesar Hernandez, who is 3 for 3. He has singled twice and doubled in this ballgame. Bunt single back in the 1st. Tries to bunt his way on again, and he's lucky that Murphy could not locate that ball. Probably would have been out if he had. Murphy, of course, the catcher. 1 strike. This is up the middle. That is hit number 4. What an afternoon for Cesar Hernandez. 4 for 4 with 3 singles and a double. And he keeps the inning going. That's what it looks like when you're just a hot hitter who's cooking and seeing the ball well. That must have taken 5 or 6 hops to get through the infield, but it found a hole, found an eye. A seeing eye single, as they say, as Lindor swings to the first one for strike 1. Lindor's been on base twice tonight. He has singled and walked. Also hit into a 1-6-3 double play. And now he finds himself behind 0-2. McGill's 0-2.
Inside ball.
Just low. Maybe a little in as well, and it's 1-2. Just staying alive was Lindor as they tied him up, but Lindor still managed to get a piece of that ball. Again a 1-2, and that one's low. Good pick from the catcher Murphy. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Matt McGill trying to work his way through Francisco Lindor. And again, he misses low. So it was once 0-2, but Lindor fouled off a couple of pitches. Has gotten it to 3-2 as they check up on Hernandez, make sure he doesn't get any, make sure he does not get any ideas of leaving early. Hernandez will get a head start. Full Lindor. Up the middle and through, base hit. Hernandez was running on the pitch. He'll go to third. Lindor to second. He is safe. It's a double for Lindor as it looks like the Mariners fell asleep on the relay. Lindor looked like he was going to be a dead duck at second, but for some reason, I don't know what that was, Austin Nola maybe had a hard time getting it out of his glove or something, but was not able to pull the trigger on the throw quickly enough. And Lindor took the opportunity, got to second. Santana, big cut, and he misses 0-1. Carlos Santana came up back in the 5th with men on first and second and struck out. Now he has a chance to break the game open. And he takes outside 1-1. One from McGill is inside. 2 balls and 1 strike here to Carlos Santana. He was an all-star in back-to-back years. Spent the first 8 years of his career in Cleveland, a brief pit stop in 2018 with the Phillies, but now back with the Indians and hitting cleanup and having a terrific year. And he just missed that one. And he knows it, too. Two and two, McGill. Santana fights it off. Just managed to get a piece of it. McGill trying to keep the Mariners in this game. Santana trying to break it open. A 2-2. He got him! Carlos Santana strikes out for the third time tonight. It's still 3-1. We've played 7 in Cleveland.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching.
Nick Whitgren will come in for Cleveland to start the top of the 8th inning. There are the numbers, making his 37th appearance, a 1-2 record, 5.34 ERA.
The shortstop, JP Crawford.
Carlos Santana, now by himself, has left 4 men on base tonight. Top of the order for the Mariners, JP Crawford, Kyle Lewis, Kyle Seager. 0-1 to Crawford.
Ball 1.
Is high for ball 1.
Nope, 1-1.
Nick Whitgren, 28-year-old right-hander from California. Into the wind on the 1-1. Crawford, foul, and it's 1-2. Crawford in the air to left. DeShields has room, and he'll put it away for out number 1 as Crawford got that one off the end of the bat.
The left fielder, number 1, Kyle Lewis.
The Indians now 5 outs away from their second consecutive series sweep. Swept the White Sox earlier this week. And now going for the 3-game sweep against the Mariners. Kyle Lewis takes strike 1, high fastball from Whitgren. Lewis is 0 for 2, walked back in the first.
Ball, that's out.
One and one is bounce, foul, first base side. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kyle Lewis. Mariners trying to get a runner on base to bring the tying run to the plate. And Lewis stays on it to stay alive. And he got him. Whitgren strikes out Lewis.
Now batting, third base.
And 2 out in the 8th.
Seager.
So here is Kyle Seager. A lot of people don't know there are actually 3 Seager brothers. Kyle and Corey are the only ones in the majors. The middle brother, Kyle's the oldest, Corey is the youngest. The middle brother is Justin, who was drafted by the Mariners in 2013, has not played in a big league game yet. Nothing in 2 to Seager. And he'll fight that one off. If Seager can continue, Vogelback is next. 0-2 from Whitgren.
Off the plate, ball
And
1.
that's outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Right side base hit. A 2-out single for Kyle Seager. And the Mariners have life in the 8th. They'll bring the tying run to the plate. That's Vogelbach, who already has a home run today.
Vogelback.
Vogelbach homered back in the 6th, the solo shot, that's all he's done. And he lifts this one in the air to center field, but there's Mercado. And there is 3 out. A 2-out single does no harm. Middle of the 8th in Cleveland. Indians still up 3-1.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Seattle, number 73.
Taylor Williams will come on and pitch the bottom of the 8th for Seattle, as he will deal with Jose Ramirez, Domingo Santana, and Tyler Naquin. 5, 6, and 7 for Cleveland.
Ramirez.
No, that's
First
down.
pitch to Ramirez is low for ball 1.
Nope, that's the ball.
Jose Ramirez, 27 years old, from the Dominican Republic. Made his debut for Cleveland back in 2013. Was signed at just 17 years old. Also a 2-time All-Star. 2-0. Ramirez into left center. This is Lewis. 1 out.
Now batting, the designated hitter, Domingo Santana.
Ramirez gave that one a pretty good ride, but it stays in the ballpark, and here's Domingo Santana. Who takes a strike. Santana came into today hitting .265. That number's going to drop. So far, he is 0 for 3. Good crowd on hand today in Cleveland. They've been packing the seats as of late. Why shouldn't they? They got the second best team in baseball. Unfortunate thing is, the best team's in their own division. Santana, hard hit, but right at White for out number 2.
The right fielder, number 30, Tyler.
So Tyler Naquin will now bat with 2 outs, potentially the last batter of the game for the Indians. Brad Hand presumably coming in the 9th, the closer. Indians looking for some insurance, but so far Taylor Williams has been good. And he starts the 3rd hitter in a row off with a strike. 0-1 to Naquin.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Naquin on a 1-1 will take away.
1 strike.
And it's 2 balls and 1 strike to the 27-year-old from Texas. Played his college ball at Texas A&M. This is game number 98 for Tyler, which is a big deal. He hasn't played over 100 games since 2016 due to injuries. Little flare, that is down, and it's a 2-out single. So we'll see if once again the Indians can get something going with 2 out.
Number 55, Roberto Perez.
So here's Roberto Perez. Tonight he has doubled in a run and also grounded out twice. He's 1 for 3.
0-1.
Perez won his first Gold Glove last year. I have to say I'm a little surprised the Indians didn't try and get a better hitting catcher at the trade deadline. They also have Sandy Leon, who is hitting 167. That's worse than Perez 187.
Count 2-1.
Two and 1 to Perez.
Ball inside.
And that misses inside. 3 balls and a strike. We've seen it all day with the Indians. Their ability to work the count and get on base with 2 out. Perez on the cusp of being another base runner. Up the middle. He is another base runner. Second hit of the night for Roberto Perez. And it's another threat with 2 outs for Cleveland. They're at first and second now. And here comes Delino DeShields. Delino DeShields has doubled. That's his only hit. He has also flied to right and struck out. And he rips one. But it's foul as that sent everybody ducking for cover. It looked to be an easy inning for Taylor Williams after the first 2 men, Ramirez and Santana, were retired. But 2 straight hits, Tyler Naquin, a single, Roberto Perez, another single, has gotten us to first and second with 2 outs, the Indians knocking on the door again. But DeShields behind in the count, 0-2. Williams gets a bouncer that goes foul, and DeShields has bought himself another pitch. Oh-2. He got him. Curveball strikes out Delino DeShields, and we'll go to the 9th. It's 3-1 Indians. Brad Hand coming in to slam the door.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the
Here he is, Brad Hand.
number 33.
His 53rd appearance, a 1.85 ERA, 38 out of 43 on save opportunities this year. He's been very good.
The first
Evan White, Tom Murphy, Dylan Moore, the men he will face. 5, 6, and 7 for Seattle. They need a base runner to bring the tying run to the plate, and Hand starts them off with a strike. Carlos Carrasco went 6 innings, allowed 5 hits, and only gave up 1 run. He was terrific, the current winning pitcher of record. And look out, there goes the bat from White, but the important thing is it's a strike, and it's 0-2. Hands looked dominant the first 2 pitches. And he got him. Tied him up and struck him out. White never had a chance. 1 gone in the 9th.
The catcher, number 2.
Nick Anderson, the closer for Tampa, who has had an outstanding year. He's at 42 saves. Ty Buttry at 40. Brad Hand in 3rd place. He's had 38. All 3 have been very, very good this year. Hand, 30 years old, from Minnesota. Left-hander's first pitch is low to Tom Murphy. 1-0, and Murphy has had a miserable night. He has struck out 3 times, twice swinging, once looking. Looking to avoid the golden sombrero. And Hand is missed on both of his first 2 pitches. Finds the zone, it's 2-1. Murphy was taking all the way. (2-1). On the ground, Ramirez. 1 hop. 2 out. And the Mariners are down to their last out.
Now batting, right fielder, Dylan
Stick
Moore.
with us on ML Ball. Cubs and Blue Jays coming up. Hines AS, along with J-Man 1993. One's a diehard Jays fan, one's a diehard Cubs fan. We'll let them tell you who's who. Dylan Moore is the Mariners' last hope. An 0-1 from Hand is high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Mariners only have 6 hits this afternoon, and only 1 run scored. That was a home run by Daniel Vogelbach back in the 4th inning, a solo shot that just cleared that left field wall. Two balls and a strike to Dylan Moore. This is hit sharply, knocked down, ball game. And the Cleveland Indians, they sweep the Mariners. They've won 8 in a row. And a very happy Terry Francona, Carlos Carrasco, and everybody on this Indians ball club, they are playing some kind of baseball right now. Carlos Carrasco will pick up the win. He went 6 innings, allowed 1 run on 5 hits. Connor Sadzek is going to get the loss. He was not terrible. 4 2/3 innings, 3 runs on 8 hits. But he still will get the loss and fall to 3-2. The save is Brad Hands, his 39th of the year. Our player of the game is Carlos Carrasco. What a job he did on the mound today. 8 strikeouts and a 5-hit, 1-run effort over 6 innings.
For the Mariners, 1 run on 6 hits.
We're going to take a look at some highlights. Let's take a look at how this all started. Roberto Perez doubled to center, and that knocked in a run. Perez had a good game today. Came in hitting 187. He was 2 for 4, a double and a single. Maybe he's breaking out of it. Top of the 4th, this would tie the game. Daniel Vogelbach, a home run that just got out of here. The catch, that was the only run the Mariners would get. At the time, of course, they didn't know that. Here's where the game changed. 2-2, 2 out, bottom 5, Oscar Mercado. And this sent the Indians in front, and from there, the score would not change. And then it was Carlos Carrasco's time to shine. Tom Murphy had a rough day. He was 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts. There's one of his 3 right there. And then, in the 9th, it was Brad Hand. Tied up Evan White and struck him out. And then Dylan Moore hit one sharply, but it was knocked down by Hernandez. And he would make the play a little bit into the outfield to throw out Moore, and that would do it for this one. 3-1 is the final. The Indians out-hit the Mariners 2-1, 12-6 the official tally. The Mariners made 1 error. The Indians did not make a single miscue. It had no miscues, and that's why they've been so good. Solid defensively, solid pitching. They can hit. This is a very dangerous baseball team that everybody better be on the lookout for, especially the Minnesota Twins. Twins starting today at 83-43. The Indians now, they pick up win number 80 today. They become the second team in Major League Baseball to reach 80 wins. No one in the National League has gotten over 75 yet. J-Man and Hines should be along shortly, but for now, we'll kill some time up until then. Lots of pitchers used for the Mariners today. They were all very, very good. Brandon Brennan, Matt McGill, Taylor Williams all came in. They all did their jobs. As I see Hines AS is now joining us in the booth. We'll say hello to Hines. I'll stick around for a little bit, let J-Man filter his way in. But Hines, how are you? How we doing, my friend?
I'm doing pretty good. J-Man, I don't know, lost in traffic or something. Hopefully he'll be around. But yeah, Cubs Jays coming up. Looks like you had a interesting one, a lot of hits despite the low run tally.
Yeah, it was a really good one, and for the Mariners, it's a good sign. They have a lot of young talent they're trying to get a look at. They played well today against a very talented Indians team, but the Indians, they've now won 8 in a row. They're on a tear here in August, and I can see J-Man has now joined us, and I'll let the war, Blue Jays and Cubs. You got 2 guys, one's a huge Blue Jays fan, the other's a huge Cubs fan. We'll let them tell you all about Cubs and Blue Jays. From Cleveland at Progressive Field, the Indians win it 3-1. Carlos Carrasco picks up his 10th win of the year and is our player of the game. Again, Indians over the Mariners 3-1. They sweep the series. The Indians, they will go to Houston, or beg your pardon, the Indians will go to Oakland, in Oakland Coliseum for 3 at the A's next week. We'll have some of those games for you right here on ML Botball on Twitch.tv. Again, I'm Eddie McCarthy. Thanks for making me and all of us here at ML Botball a part of your Sunday afternoon. Stick with us. J-Man, Hines, they'll have the Blue Jays hosting the Cubs from Toronto. Guys, all yours.
Well, thank you very much for that, Eddie. Great call as usual. And looking forward to this one, Cubs and Blue Jays. I'm the big Blue Jays fan. I'm joined by Heinz AS, who's the big Cubs fan, and I have a feeling someone's going to have a much better day today.
We'll see. We'll try to keep things civil here in the booth. I know EB's another big Jays fan. He was able to at least enjoy yesterday's win, despite Teoscar Hernandez being, and I quote EB here, graphically challenged.
That Teoscar, you know, they always said Manny being Manny. That's just Teoscar being Teoscar for me. That's, I mean, the one play it looked like he did some quantum physics jumping. I don't know how he did that.
I don't know. MLB The Show is a great, well-coded game. That's what I can say.
Well, it's a well-coded game, and it's going to be a well-called game today. Absolutely. So we've got the Blue Jays 61-64. They're a little bit under 500 against the Chicago Cubs, first place in the NL Central. And the Blue Jays are going to be sending out Trent Thornton, guy who wasn't originally in this rotation, but boy, they've had some injury problems lately. Tanner Roark as well as Hyunjin Ryu going down with injury, so stepping up to the plate is Trent Thornton, and you can see those numbers are not good at all. But he did just his last start out, throw 7 innings and just 1 hit, so you never know which guy you're going to get with Thornton.
Well, we saw some good pitching in the early innings, at least yesterday, from both John Lester and Matt Shoemaker to a point, despite giving up 1 in the first. So maybe it's a turnaround for him and a sign of good things, or maybe not. I don't know.
Well, he's got a B potential and made the starting rotation in the real world. His first pitch is in there for a strike. You know, throws 4-seamer, slider, cutter, splitter. He's got a good off-speed pitches that likes to throw in there. What I like about him is that really high leg kick he does, almost Dontrell Willis-like, as you can see right there. And that one just misses the outside corner, 1-1. A 1-1 pitch here from Thornton, in there for a strike, 1-2. And he's got a tough challenge today facing a very good Chicago Cubs lineup. I mean, what can you say about Chris Bryant? 25 home runs already on the season. That one is fouled away, and the count remains 1-2.
Well, you know, as you said about Chris Bryant, the change to the leadoff spot, I think, has been the key. You know, the analytics and now everything is telling you put your best hitters early on, and he's got the on-base percentage to match that.
There's that big slider from Trent Thornton. Gets Bryant to strike out, though. Strikeouts have been an issue for him this year. That's number 113 for him on the season already. Yeah, you talk about analytics and putting your best hitters up at the top. Who would you put up at the top of this Cubs lineup if it wouldn't be Bryant or Rizzo?
You know, if it wasn't Bryant or Rizzo, because Rizzo would be the second choice naturally after last season, you know, it's a tough decision. I would say if not Nico Horner, who, you know, who needs to prove himself still, which he has done pretty well, I might get a little funky and go with Kyle Schwarber, because he doesn't necessarily hit for the highest average, but he does have a good on-base percentage. He does draw his walks when necessary. So it would be a risky situation, but it wouldn't be the worst of options.
Yeah, that's not another traditional pick there, though, going with Schwarber. That's I believe he's either second or third in the NL in home runs right now. Is a big strikeout there from Trent Thornton.
Batting third, the shortstop.
Well, it's certainly the Trent Thornton of last game that we're seeing. Just getting all in there on Anthony Rizzo. And, I mean, 2 strikeouts to start the day. We've seen a lot of strikeouts in this series between all 4 starters.
1-0.
Yeah, the Jays rotation taking a big hit with losing Hyunjin Ryu, losing Tanner Roark. I mean, right now the rotation of theirs is Thornton, Barucki, Anderson, and then Nate Pearson and Matt Shoemaker. So that rotation of theirs has been in a bit of dire straits as of late. Yeah, if they can get the good Thornton going forward, that's going to be a big boon to that rotation. Made 29 starts for them last year. Actually started the most games out of any Blue Jays starter last year. Didn't know that, did you? Didn't even know who Trent Thornton was probably before today.
I mean, I didn't know he existed. That's usually the case. I know that he's a pitcher, and that is my extent of knowledge. I did not know that, besides doing some research, and I didn't even know it after that.
Well, Fields' position very well in the ball world. Gets the out there, so 2 strikeouts and a ground out for Thornton. We're going to the bottom of the first, still scoreless. Of course, still scoreless. The Jays haven't hit yet. Man, will they hit against this guy, Kyle Hendricks? I mean, look at these numbers for him. 9 and 6 with a 2.88 earned run average in 146 innings pitched. And, you know, you say he's been one of their better pitchers, but pitching has been a very good strength of this this Cubs team.
It sure has. I mean, Quintana is still, I believe, first in the National League in ERA. He's up there in WHIP as well. He was the American League's, National League's starting pitcher in the All-Star game. Got lit up a little bit, but, you know, the fact that he was good enough to make it says it all. And with Kyle Hendricks, you know, he was second in the ERA for a long time, and it was just one implosion against the Atlanta Braves, which he didn't get out of the first inning and gave up 8 runs, is the only reason why that ERA is up at 2.88. And that, you know, you think about that, that's sort of crazy because it, you know, you don't see that very often.
Well, Bichette lines a single over the head of Rizzo there at first base, and he's on with a leadoff single. Yeah, 2.88 earned run average after giving up 8 earned runs in a single inning. That's pretty impressive.
And the big thing is going to be he limits the long ball, which has been pretty much the way that both teams have been relying on this series. I think the only time that the home run ball hasn't been relied on was the Cubs hitting yesterday, and they still did not pick up the win. They only scored 4, but Jays have really been relying on that home runs over, you know, runners on and hitting with them.
Yeah, the Jays' offense is a very frequently boom or bust offense, home run or nothing. And yet, you said it, yesterday's game featured a lot of home runs. That was a fascinating game. You were calling that one with EB. How many home runs did the Jays hit? Shaw hit 1, Hernandez, Gurriel hit 2, McGuire hit 1.
They scored 5 runs on 5 solo homers. It's a tough way to lose.
Yeah, it's a hard way to win. By only hitting home runs.
Solo home runs, no less.
You know, they did that in the real world recently, too. They hit 7 home runs in a game against, I think it was Tampa. No, it was Miami, excuse me. It was another terrible Florida team. It was against Miami. They hit 7 home runs and lost that game. This one looks like a double play ball off the bat of Guerrero. Nicely turned by Baez, and it is going to be a double play. So yeah, ground balls continue to be the problem for Guerrero, and he lines into the 6-4-3 double play, so leadoff single is immediately erased. Now there's 2 outs for Travis Shaw.
I believe that's the 21st double play Guerrero's grounded into, had number 20 yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, the numbers have just not been there for Vladdy. You know, and you look at the other guy in the lineup, Bo Bichette, who has just set the world on fire in the real world for the Jays.
Outside, that's the ball.
And the offense just hasn't been there for Vladdy or even for Kevin Biggio. Biggio's batting all the way down at 9th in the lineup today, hitting below 200.
And he was replaced yesterday by Brandon Drury, in the lineup, and Drury promptly went 3 for 3, trying to prove his spot.
Well, Shaw draws a walk. He's been a very pleasant surprise this year for the Jays. Real nice bounce back season. He's right in line with those 2017 numbers he put up at Milwaukee. So another base runner this inning, but of course the first one erased on the double play by Guerrero. Bring up Teoscar Hernandez, who finds himself in the cleanup spot today. Big swing and a miss there from that pitch, sinker from Hendricks. Ball misses outside, and it's 1-1.
We already brought up Teoscar's antics yesterday, but did get a homer.
Yeah, that's the thing about Teoscar, is he is going to be a very good DH one day, I believe. I mean, you look at his numbers this year, 260, 332 average on base, 504 slugging. That's pretty good numbers. It'd be a lot better if he could play center field, which is actually how the Astros traded him to Toronto, is marketing him as a center fielder, believe it or not.
That worked well.
Well, the guy's got a lot of sprint speed is the thing. Is he's, consistently in the top of, StatCast sprint speed. Runs about 28, 29 miles an hour. So he's got the speed to cover it. It's just the reads off the bat are not there. A full count pitch here to Teoscar Hernandez. Shaw will be off on the pitch. And it's a swing and a miss on a changeup. Teoscar Hernandez is a big fastball hitter, and that's a great changeup from Hendricks right there. Getting a big strikeout. The Jays do get 2 runners, one erased on a double play, and Shaw stranded there at first. We're going to the second inning, scoreless.
Leading off for the Cubs, the designated hitter, Kyle Schwarber.
Brings up Kyle Schwarber, 4th hitter, 3rd in the National League, it just said there in home runs, so I did remember that correctly. I do have the all of those stats somewhere here. All these open windows and tabs. Hitting 245 coming into today. And the thing that I always remember about Schwarber is that mammoth home run he hit in the playoffs that landed at the top of the scoreboard.
Yep, that ball's still there.
And it gets called on a strike 3 there. That's Thornton's 3rd strikeout on a slider there. So maybe this is the good Trent Thornton today.
That's really not the place you want to put the pitch, but when you, have struck out 2 guys on some good pitches, you can occasionally get away with one completely freezing Schwarber, and that's his 4th strikeout over the past 2 days. So he's going to really try to find some way to break out here.
Brings up the catcher, Wilson Contreras. It says here his secondary position is left field. Have you ever seen him play in the outfield?
I have. Yeah. He played right field, in fact, last year in June, I want to say, against the Pittsburgh Pirates. And a ball bounced in front of him, and they got a walk-off win. That's about all I remember. And he also missed a diving catch, I think. Yeah. That's about all I can remember here.
So would you say he's very Teoscar-like out there in the outfield?
Yeah. The thing is, he is athletic, so it's a similar thing. He's athletic, but he just is not an outfielder.
Another strikeout from Trent Thornton. That's his 4th strikeout. And he's opened this inning with back-to-back strikeouts looking.
And he opened up the top half of the last inning with back-to-back strikeouts. Those were swinging, so I guess he's just fooling them both when they swing and both when they don't.
Yet he's getting strikeouts on different pitches, too. He got the first strikeout this inning with Schwarber on that slider, and then he got Contreras on a fastball. So really mixing in his pitch as well today right now. It's a good sign for the Jays.
Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And you wanted to know about Contreras playing left field. He did play there 24 times in 2016 when he first got called up. But this is when they had David Ross, Miguel Montero behind the plate. Pretty much is their main core. So he's not going to get as many chances.
Oh, Hayward just sends that down the opposite field. He's going to wind up at second with a double.
Well, he did that yesterday, in fact, going the other way for a double. It seems like he's trying to prove to teams, you know, you can't shift on me anymore. I at least can shoot him down the line when I have to.
Yeah, we're seeing that more and more with the shift. I'm surprised you don't see more bunts, but, you know, they say bunting's very difficult. Well, practice it? I don't know. You're a major league hitter. They're giving you hits right there on the left side of the field, on the opposite side. Might as well try to take them. Oh, and that one hit Ian Happ there.
Batting eighth, the second baseman, Nico.
A little bit of loose control there. It's like it was just, looked like a breaking ball that just sort of curled in. I think we saw John Lester throw one of those yesterday, except the other side of the plate. So I guess, you know, you'll take it. It doesn't hurt as much as a fastball, that's for sure.
I wouldn't like to be hit with either, though.
Oh, absolutely not. I know my pain tolerance is way too low to handle that.
And then you think of the movie Happy Gilmore, where he goes right into the batting cages just to take the balls in the chest. Brings up Nico Horner, and he's playing second base today for the Cubs. .259 out of 333 average. This is only his 10th game with the Cubs today, though. Usually, with the DH, Ian Happ is playing second base, and Schwarber is out in the outfield.
Yeah, and Happ got the day off for, what day was that? It was the second game against the Cincinnati Reds, so the day after you and I were on the call for that. And he came off the bench, having been 0 for 14, prompting his benching, and hit a homer.
Well, he's going to drive in a run here. An RBI single brings in Jason Hayward, and the Cubs are in business after starting off this inning with back-to-back strikeouts. Thornton's gone double, hit by pitch and single, and the Cubs are in the lead.
It's nice to see from Nico Horner. Now both Happ, who was benched for Horner, and Nico Horner himself are both doing good, so David Ross is going to have some decisions to make when the DH goes away for the rest of the season.
Yeah, would you bench Horner for Happ? They're both right-handed hitters. Well, switch hitter for Happ, so he offers you more versatility.
Yeah, I would probably lean towards Ian Happ. Horner's been solid. But, you know, maybe if Almora starts to struggle, Happ can go back out to center field and Horner can get a chance. So, you know, I think it's all playing by ear here.
Almora sends this one out to right field. Any adventures for Teoscar? Apparently not. He makes the catch cleanly there. So the Cubs do get a run on 2 hits. They leave a couple guys on base. We're going to the bottom of the second inning. Chicago leading by 1. It's going to be Lourdes Gurriel leading off things here in the bottom of the second inning for the Jays. The Gurriel followed by Rowdy Tellez and Danny Jansen. Gurriel swings at that first pitch and pops it up to Rizzo, who's camped underneath that in foul territory for the first out. 1 pitch and 1 out, 4 Hendricks. That's how you want to do it.
Yeah, and you know, seeing that foul pop reminds me that it's the anniversary, I believe, 4 years of that catch that Rizzo made up on the ledge, the second of the 2 crazy catches he made on that side against the Brewers on this day, 2016.
Now, can you still make those catches there, or is the netting in the way now?
2-0.
I don't believe it is. I haven't actually taken a good hard look down the right field line, but I'm going to say you still can. It's my guess.
That's ball 3.
Well, regardless, I'm glad the netting is in there. At least I'll put
yeah.
that out there. You know, and everyone complains, oh, it's going to ruin the sight lines from there. Well, I've never had the money to have the seats from there, so it doesn't bother me. Swinging 3-0 is Rowdy Tellez, who fires that one out to right field. Jason Hayward's there to make the catch. What do you think about that, getting the green light on 3-0?
I saw that yesterday with somebody on the Jays. All I know is that ended in an out as well. So I'm not a fan of it unless, you know, you're a proven hitter. If you're like a Chris Bryant, go right ahead. And if you're confident in yourself, you know, if it's a big situation, just hold off. You know, you're gonna get another good pitch to hit, or he's gonna walk you. Take the walk.
Yeah, and especially with the pitch count being so low for Kendricks, who only threw one pitch and got one out to start the inning with Gurriel. Why be aggressive there? Ooh, and a big swing and a miss there from Jansen. An excellent inning for Kyle Hendricks. He goes 3 up, 3 down, punctuated with a strikeout at Jansen to end that second inning. We're going to the third inning. Cubs lead by 1. The top of the order for the Cubs here in the third inning. It's going to be Bryant Rizzo and Javier Baez. Bryant 0 for 1 today, struck out in the first inning. Sends that one on the ground to Guerrero. Thornton fields his position and makes the out.
The first baseman, number 44, Anthony Rizzo.
Well, you can look at those standings. The Jays, 3 games under 500. Sometimes that's good enough for a second wild card spot in the American League, but not this year. It's been a bit of a disappointing season for the Jays. They went out and signed Ryu and Roark and traded for Anderson, and it's been the offense that's really let them down. They really thought, you know, step forwards from Vlad, from Gurriel, Biggio, Bichette, Grichuk. None of it happened. None of it happened.
I mean, I expected them to do pretty well. You know, maybe being a challenger for that wild card spot. And, you know, I think you already highlighted the injuries to Ryu and Roark, which obviously turned what could have been a very good rotation if Pearson, you know, was very good, which he's been off and on, or Trent Thornton, you know, comes out pitching like he did last outing. You could be seeing a very good pitching staff with Giles closing it out.
Yeah, it's always tough with a young pitching staff. With a guy like Pearson, you're going to have your ups and downs with him. But yeah, you're right. The injuries to Ryu and Thornton, I mean Ryu and Roark really have just been devastating to this team's rotation. But they need some offense, and I think they need to sign some kind of veteran player because there's just too many young guys in that lineup. You know, they kind of miss a Josh Donaldson. That's what this team needs. It's a 2015 Jays team that's missing their Josh Donaldson. Big swing and a miss there, and Rizzo goes down swinging. So he's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts already.
The batter, number 9.
Strikeout pitch has been working, that's for sure. And yeah, I think the Jays do need some veteran leadership. I think it doesn't even have to be necessarily the best of bats. You just need someone to be a good leader, you know, in the clubhouse. Sort of get your Jason Hayward type player or your David Ross. And I mean, getting a pure hitting bat always helps, though.
Well, lined right to Guerrero, who's there to make the catch. A 3 up, 3 down third inning. It's exactly what Thornton needed after that messy second inning. We're going to the bottom of the third. Chicago still leads by 1. Oh, Heidi Watney reminding you we do this all for charity. And boy, we were just talking about this, though. The Jays offense, almost dead last in everything in the American League, or close to last in the MLB. 23rd in average, 27th in on base. Slugging, they slug a bit, but just that's the only way they get offense is by home runs. And you saw it in yesterday's game when they hit 5 home runs and scored 5 runs.
Yeah, I think that's been why the Cubs scuffled previously, was not being able to score with runners in scoring position and not really taking advantage of those situations they had and really relying on the long ball. So if the Jays can sort of break out of it like the Cubs seem to have of late, at least with the single today and the runs yesterday, could be a good sign.
And here's a guy who you expect to have power and contribute with the long ball, and Randall Grichuk has not gotten his season untracked at all. He's at 13 home runs, which is the lowest number of his career for any full season he's played. His slugging percentage is below 400. And he's usually a 500 slugging kind of guy. He hit 31 home runs last year, a career high for him. But boy, the slugging numbers for him this year have just been absolutely atrocious. That's another one of those guys where, they expected better things out of him. And, they signed him to a 5-year, $52 million deal. He goes down swinging there. So, I mean, they're stuck with him for the long haul.
Yeah, you got to be smart with your deals that you make. And sometimes they don't pan out like this one seems to be the case with. I think it's all just a matter of, the front office making, those tough decisions. And, you've seen it with Ryu being, untested so far, but, should be a very positive deal. And then you mix it with that, which is a lot of money going in a not very good place.
Yeah, it's just the confusing thing is there was no need to do it. He was still under arbitration for, I think, 2 more seasons. Biggio gets what could be a base hit. Is that going to be an error? Boy, it's home, so hopefully the official scorer gives him a hit. He needs it, and it is officially scored a base hit. So that'll bump up that 187 average.
Oh, baby steps. It's all it takes. I'm sort of surprised at how that one turned out. We saw another one in this series where it really could have gone an error or a hit either way.
Brings up Bo Bichette. And he has just been some kind of amazing in the regular season. Throw on over there to Biggio. Nothing doing there. Biggio is a very good base runner over there at first base. Stole 14 bases last year and was not caught stealing. So perfect 14-0. This year his stolen base percentage is much worse. 5 stolen bases, 3 caught stealing. So I'm not sure about the coding of that game. Bichette sends that one to shallow right field. Hayward not going to get there, and it falls foul, though. So no harm, no foul. It'll be a 1-ball, 2-strike to Bichette.
I think you need no harm is a foul.
That's a pretty good pun, yeah.
I'm here all week. Sort of.
Ooh, lined right at Bryant. Nice play there by him. Yeah, are we doing any more games next week? I thought we were.
You and I?
Yeah.
Or
you're here all week.
I am indeed here all week. I know I'm doing a game with EB at the weekend for Cubs Cardinals, and I know I'm doing one with Cookie for Cubs Dodgers. Besides that, I don't remember. But you never know.
Yeah, I never know. Day of, I'm like, am I doing one of these?
I mean, I forgot I was going to be on at 2:30, so I was like, oh, it's 2 o'clock. Oh, I got to get on soon.
Vladimir Guerrero up, swinging 0-2. Yeah, we changed the times. Your next game is Chicago, Toronto. That's today. That's right now. That's what we're doing.
That is right now. It is nice to know that that's working.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, we just changed our times of these start times. They used to be 12:15 and 2, and it's taken me a while to get used to that. I'm used to waking up pretty late in the morning. Guerrero hits that on the ground to Horner, fires onto first to get Guerrero. So I'm usually getting up at like 11, make my breakfast, and then I turn on my computer and watch a ball game. Unfortunately, that's been taken away from me.
Well, you get some later on at least.
Yeah. So a 1-out single by Biggio is stranded. We're going to the 4th inning, and the Cubs are up 1-0. And again, we do this for charity. Our charity this week is Meals on Wheels. So if you can donate to that, we've got a donate link in the Twitch chat for you. It's an excellent cause. They help deliver meals to seniors all across the country. And it was one of our first charities we did here at Ball, and I'm glad to see that it is our charity again.
Leading off for the Cubs, the designated hitter, Kyle Schwarber.
Kyle Schwarber going to lead things off here in the 4th inning. Trent Thornton throwing 49 pitches through 3 innings. He's been pretty decent so far.
Been efficient. That's the biggest thing. Even with the strikeouts, normally you have a guy strike out 10 and he's at 100 pitches by the 5th.
That's a ball. 2 balls, no strike.
Now it started Schwarber off 2-0 here. Misses again, 3-0. You never really want to walk the leadoff guy, but I can understand wanting to be a bit fine around Schwarber. 35 home runs, a .579 slugging percentage, and it's not just home runs. He's got close to 30 doubles. He's got 29 of them coming into today.
Ball 4, that's up.
Yeah, Schwarber's a guy I would give the green light 3-0, but he's not swinging there. He's going to hit.
Number 40, Wilson Contreras.
Well, after those walks, I think, or after those strikeouts that he's been having, it's probably a good idea to let him hold off on it and try to draw the walk to at least kickstart something. So Contreras up.
Ball. 1-1.
All right, J-Man, I'm not getting your audio right now. So anyway, for now, I guess it's 1-1-2 count to Contreras.
Ball, that's off the plate.
2-2 here. After the leadoff walk, that one is ripped foul by Wilson. And another foul ball. Wilson's one of the 5 strikeouts so far of the day. Looking to avoid being victim number 6 as that one's laced up the middle. That one is, however, going to be caught in center by Randall Grichuk. So J-Man, who has since departed for a moment, as he mentioned, Grichuk not hitting the ball too well. At least he can field his position, at least on what should be a routine play. And that'll bring up Jason Hayward. That one catches the corner for a strike. Jason Hayward, 15 double plays on the year. Not as many as Vlad Guerrero Jr. so far, but still not a nice tally to have. Not a stat you want to be leading in by any means. As 1 to Trent Thornton. It's 1-1 here. Jay Hay was tearing up past week in real life and doing pretty solid in bot ball. 1 for 5 yesterday with that opposite field double. Has another opposite field double today already. And had a pretty good week. So real life and bot ball do meld occasionally, at least on this occasion. That one is popped up, and that's actually carrying a lot further than I thought. Under it and making the grab out there is Gurriel. And we'll have 2 away. Schwarber still on first, and that'll bring up Ian Happ, looking to get his first real at-bat in here after being hit in the backside his first AB, or first plate appearance, excuse me. He rips that one down the line. That's going to get foul. Good slider from Thornton. Fooled Ian Happ a little bit there. Swung a bit tardy, and it's 0-2. Another strikeout opportunity from Thornton as his pitch count is now up at 66. And misses there. It's going to be 1-2. He's still searching for strikeout number 6 on the day. He's only allowed 2 hits, has Thornton. And that is going to be caught by Bichette on the line. So it's still only 2 hits on the day for him. However, the Cubs still sitting on the only run. It's 1-0. We had bottom 4. Shaw, Hernandez, and Gurriel.
Leading off for the Jays, the third baseman.
Back here in the bottom of the 4th inning, Shaw, Hernandez, and Gurriel, the batters to hit this inning. They were the 3 who went back-to-back-to-back on the homers yesterday off of Johnny Lester. So maybe looking to bring it back and do it again here off of Kyle Hendricks. Certainly a much tougher task with how he pitches. And currently 1-1 here. Hendricks, of course, doesn't throw very hard, but works that almost Bugs Bunny changeup and a very good sinker when he uses it. And an occasional curveball like we just saw there, coming in at only 71 miles an hour. That's a little league fastball right there, or, well, middle school level, let's say. Shaw, one of the few batters doing well on this lineup, and in terms of batting average, hitting .281 coming in. That's just 1 tick behind Bo Bichette, who has the team lead, and that is squared up on a hanging curveball. Going back is Almora, and he will make the grab, a step off of the track. Thought that one might have the distance to be another homer for Travis Shaw. Not where Kyle Hendricks wanted that one at all. So that'll bring up Teoscar. Hey. 33 doubles for Hernandez, second only to Bo Bichette with 34. Been getting the extra base hits of late. Had a homer yesterday in a 2-hit day, and went 3 for 3 back in game 1, and that is high. That is way deep, and we are tied. So yet again, the home run ball strikes for the Jays. This time it's Teoscar yet again, homer number 23 on the year. Another elevated pitch by Hendricks, and you can see he's down immediately. Hit very well, 401 feet. So Hernandez enjoying the series offensively. Defensively, he has been about as reliable. I mean, he's pretty much as reliable as a screen door boat, unless... Yeah, as EB said, he hasn't been enjoying the series. Or any. Strike 2 here on Gurriel. Thank you, EB, for taking me out of what was an attempt at a good metaphor to describe his defense, and it got a little to the point where my brain was all focused on the metaphor and not on anything else. That's chopped down to third. Bryant over to Rizzo, and it's almost like the play that won the World Series. It's one of those little choppers, and every single time I have Joe Buck's voice in my head, for better or worse. Anyway, that's out number 2, and Rowdy Tellez had a homer in game 1. He will be coming up. He's 0 for 1, however, on the day.
Ball one. Ball one. No.
Hendricks has only allowed 3 hits, one of them coming in this inning via that home run. But otherwise, both pitchers doing very solid as we near the end of the 4th inning.
That's ball two.
That one misses low, 2-1.
Ball, one strike. Ball 3.
3-1 here, and Danny Jansen stands on deck. He didn't really find his footing of late. Did have a double yesterday, but it was the backup catcher, Reese McGuire, who was the hero yesterday with that solo homer, of course, because there were 5 of them, who hit the go-ahead homer to give the Jays the win 5-4. And he, Danny Jansen, will come to the plate after Hendricks issues his 2nd walk of the day. A very un-Hendricks-like pitch sequence there.
Ball. Down.
That one misses low. It's 1-0.
Let's go. Wait for the pitch.
Fastball up from Hendricks. That can easily fool any hitter. You're expecting either a changeup or a sinker low, and that fastball comes in at 88. When you're sitting low, anything up in the zone looks like it's in the 90s, as Nico Horner picks that one up and tosses it over to first, but not before Danny Jansen grounds out. Graphics department, can you get your stuff together? Anyway, Teoscar Hernandez with the homer. That will make it a tie ball game. It's 1-1 through 4.
Leading off for the Cubs,
8-9-1 coming up for the Cubs. Horner, Almora, and back to the top in Chris Bryant. Horner had the base hit that scored the first run, and only Cubs run so far, but promptly grounds out to Biggio at second base. May not be hitting well, but he plays a decent second base. So Almora will be the next to hit. Flew out back in the 2nd inning to Teoscar Hernandez, who did actually make the catch, believe it or not. And he rips that cutter into the seats. Foul ball. Still waiting on word for what happened to my partner J-Man. You have an impeccable sense of timing, J-Man, as that is gonna go over the wall, and even more impeccable now. I was just saying that because I brought you up, but that's a solo homer from Almora.
Oh boy, what did I miss?
Teoscar made up for another mistake with a homer to tie up the ball game, and now Albert Almora has retaken the lead.
Internet issues here. All of a sudden, the internet was just down all out throughout the house. Unplugged it, plugged it back in. You know, the little classic.
Calls Xfinity. How can I help you? Well, did you try turning it off and on again?
the third baseman.
Yeah, well, That's and even doing that, it didn't take for a while. So I apologize for being gone for so long.
It's good to have you back, and you can have the reins back here. Maybe get your team a little more juice going.
Let's see, Thornton's still in the game, 73 pitches. That's a double down the line for, that was Bryant, I believe. Yep, 36th double of the season for Bryant. So now 1 out here. Oh, and they got Anthony Kay and Ryan Dull warming up in the bullpen. You don't want to see Anthony Kay in if you're a Jays fan. He has not been great lately. So a home run and then a double given up by Thornton. So it looks like he's running into trouble here in the 5th inning. This is the 3rd time facing the order.
Well, we'll see if that, plays into anything here, because that's the whole saying, you don't want your guy going through the 3rd time of the order because they see you too much, or whatever managers are saying nowadays to say you can only give pitchers 5 innings.
Yeah. Well, and they say that, when you're a reliever, you only throw 2 pitches, but if you're a starter, you got to throw 3. And I'm not sure I understand that, and I'm worried I'm frozen again.
Oh, no.
No, there, it's back. Whew. That's exactly what happened last time. The image just froze, and I was gone for a while. Well, Rizzo fouls that one off. 2 strikeouts already against Thornton. He's got a full count on him here. Just gets a piece of that cutter and fouls it off.
Very defensive swing.
Nope. Ball
Ooh,
four.
and he walks him. Well, getting up there in pitch count, he's up to 80 pitches. The 3rd time through the order, the 5th inning. Good offense. He did throw a very good game against a good offense in Houston, though, but manager Charlie Montoyo probably just wanting him to get out of this inning. Give his pitcher, that 5-inning confidence boost.
Count 1-0.
Hoping for Baez to ground into the 16th double play already. He fouls that one away.
Gotta feel that this is probably getting close to it for Thornton. He hadn't been bad up to this point. I don't know really what changed.
Yeah, I came back. That's what changed.
I didn't want to bring it up. I can't say I didn't have the thought, but I really didn't want to blame it solely on you.
Well, the second I come back, it's a solo shot, and then it's a double, and then a walk. This one's hit to pretty well to deep right field, giving chase as Teoscar Hernandez. He's not going to get to it. It's up against the wall, and 1 run is going to come in. Too slow of a base runner there is Rizzo. He's not going to be able to come in and score. But it's 2nd and 3rd now with 1 out, and the Cubs have a 2-run lead.
Going gap to gap, that's for the Cubs. That's something that they've been needing to do. And yep, that is going to be it for Anthony Kay, your favorite, and EB's favorite, everyone's favorite.
Hey, I don't mind him in real life. I just don't like the way he's been used in bot ball, and he's just so overused. You see 29 games pitched, 58.1 innings pitched, 45 to 36 strikeouts. He's not. Just get him out of there after 1 inning.
You're telling me you don't like long relievers coming in tie games, or when you have a very slim lead in the 7th inning and then pitching 3 innings and giving up 4 runs?
That's not how I would use a long reliever.
Because that's essentially how MLB The Show thinks. Because I know with Tyler Chatwood back in the day, and even a little bit with Adbert Alzolay and Alec Mills, the usage is just wrong. Straight up wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if when they were designing the show, they anticipated a bunch of people simulating every game and watching it and analyzing it like this. But I mean, we're some kind of guinea pigs, and we've got a lot of stats and information on it. They should be talking to us about their algorithms at the very least.
I mean, think about it. We've essentially figured out what it would be like to do a full season of this, and whether it was as a broadcast, you think, you know, making stats realistic for a whole season in which nobody's playing the game and stuff like that.
Well, that one is going to be another 2-run double there. In comes Rizzo, in comes Baez, and clearing the bases is Kyle Schwarber. That one's probably going to put this game out of reach for the Jays. It's 5-1. I don't know if they've got 5 more home runs in them.
Well, EB did say you guys would be down by 7 soon.
Well, it seems that's the only way they're going to score runs is by home runs. Ooh, a big 2-run double there by Schwarber, bringing up Wilson Contreras now. That's going to close the book there on Thornton. All 5 runs of those are going to go to him. And I don't have the complete rundown on his line because I missed the entire 4th inning.
Well, in the 4th inning, he gave up a walk. Other than that, he did nothing. So it should just be 2 walks being the only difference. 2 walks total, that is.
Yeah, so he ends the day with 4 strikeouts. Not too terrible. Oh, Vlad Guerrero pulled off the bag on that one. It's going to be an error by Bo Bichette.
I'm starting to feel for you guys now because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight base runners. 3 doubles, a homer, a walk, and an E6.
Well, that's the Blue Jay way. Yeah, when the internet went out, I wasn't too sad. I was like, well, it was a 2-1. It was a 1-0 game, 4th inning. I didn't see a blow up. I saw Thornton throw a couple of good innings. Maybe I should just let the internet be out here.
Okay, I'm seeing, just looking at the real Cubs game right now, there have been 2 hit by pitches in 1 inning by the Brewers pitching. Anyway.
Oh, nicely turned double play there by Guerrero to get the Jays out of the inning. But not before the Cubs add on 4 runs this inning. We're going to the bottom of the 5th. And it is now 5-1 Chicago. Well, leading off this inning is, I don't know. I missed the 4th inning as well.
This will be Randall Grichuk, who struck out his first time up. That's his deal.
Of course, that is Grichuk's deal. The other deal about Grichuk is that he was drafted 1 spot ahead of Mike Trout. Drafted 1 spot ahead of Mike Trout by those very Angels. That one is hit pretty well off the wall. Grichuk's going to cruise in with a lead-off double. I mean, everyone missed on Mike Trout, but even the Angels were like, we need an outfielder. Let's get this guy first.
Ah, yes. We need a real outfielder here. A real guy who's going to, you know, check all the boxes and hit a double for the Jays while still hitting 233. We're helping you guys out. Believe me. I'm promising.
Biggio's 1 for 5 in the series. That's a 200 batting average, so his average has gone up in this series. Coming into today, hitting 187, but that 270 on base percentage is what keeps him in that lineup. But all joking aside, that is impressive to still have a 270 on base percentage when you're only hitting 190.
It requires a lot of walks.
Yeah, that one is hit foul down the right field line. That is his calling card, 40 walks this season, 71 walks last year in fewer plate appearances than he's already had this year in the ball season. So the line on him is that he's too passive in the box, so he ends up getting into favorable pitchers counts and ends up getting a lot of strikeouts. So the thing is, he needs to be more aggressive, but selectively aggressive, and that's what you're hoping to see in the real world for him. You didn't see it at all in the ball season. That one is hit weakly on the ground to Rizzo, and that's going to advance Grichuk to 3rd at least, so 1 out.
I feel like that was the opposite of Craig Biggio's problem, though. Biggio always struck me as the aggressive type. Smart aggressive, but aggressive, and now we're seeing the exact opposite.
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of power, and Biggio's got some power in that bat. 16 home runs last year. Hit 30 home runs in the minors, I believe. Find his little numbers right here. Yeah, he had that big breakout in Double-A in 2018. That was for... Don't see the numbers on it. It's just on Wikipedia.
Good old Wikipedia. Sometimes it gives you exactly what you need. Other times it tells you, I don't know, what they had for breakfast.
A nice swing there by Bo Bichette, but he just fouls that one off. And the count is 1-2. It was 23 home runs he hit in 2018. But that was in only 132 games. Hit on the ground, that's going to drive in the run. So Bichette with a productive at-bat, I guess you'll say. Driving in the run from third with less than 2 outs.
It's a start, I would say, to the I'm already forgetting the words I used. And I've been saying it so many times. It's smart hitting when you need to. Clutch hitting. There we are. With runners on. It's a start. It's not a hit, but it gets the run home. That's step 1 of 2.
Oh, Vlad Guerrero, that one's down the line. Let's see if he can hustle his way into second base. He does not try at all. 37 speed there, not going to test the arm of Jason Hayward.
Good shot down the line past Rizzo, and yeah, maybe he needs a little bit of quickness training. He's not necessarily the same type of player as Vlad Sr. was at the same age. He was a little quicker then, maybe a little less so late in his career, but that's all more natural.
Yeah, I feel like the bar has continually gone lower and lower for Vlad too, where we used to say, well, he's got some quickness for a guy his size, and now he's a DH. That's, but...
Or a first baseman, evidently, if he can defend.
I am not sure on that one yet. The early returns have not looked great for Vladdy over there at first. And what's been the surprising thing is it's foul pop-ups he's even had a problem with. And they say that the ball slices a different way, it comes a different way off the bat. And since that was the excuse they were giving for Guerrero as Shaw draws a 2-out walk, I was watching a game and it was a pop-up into foul territory on the right side, and I just turned over to my wife. I said, he's going to overrun this. And sure enough, he overran the ball and it fell right behind him.
Of course.
You just think about that scene in Moneyball. It's like, you can play first, it's easy. Tell him, Wash, tell him how easy it is. It's incredibly hard.
It just brings me back to this one thing. The Cubs on their new network had a little segment with Mark Grace and Anthony Rizzo, and Mark Grace talking about how his claim that the first basemen are the most athletic players on the field, which, while a stretch, is still not entirely wrong. You can't just stick anyone at first.
The most athletic players on the field are definitely the shortstops. Let's dispose of anything else other than that. But what I thought you were going to say is Teoscar Hernandez goes down swinging there. So, double by Grichuk does come around to score, but Vladimir Guerrero is stranded at first. We're going to the 6th inning. It's 5-2 Cubs. And what I thought you were going to say when you mentioned Mark Grace, and because I just mentioned my wife, is I thought you were going to mention the fact that Mark Grace, for some reason, kept calling his wife a dingbat on the air. And my wife said to me, she goes, you better not be calling me a dingbat on these things. I had no idea what she was talking about, but oh my god. Why would you do that?
I don't know. Mark Grace is a character. I don't know. You know what? Sometimes he amazes me, and I do like him. It's just he's sometimes very weird on broadcasts, and I've seen him and Rick Sutcliffe on a show once on the Marquee Network, and they were absolutely hilarious together. And then you get Mark Grace alone, and it's like, okay.
Second base, Nico.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag with those former players. What are your thoughts on Kevin Millar? Because I know he's divisive to some people, but I kind of like the guy.
I would agree. I do like Millar. I think I can see why people think he's very eccentric and stuff. But you know what? He's just he's a guy who keeps loose, and I think that's the only way I see it. He seems like a nice guy, someone who's, you know, his heart is always in the right place. That's for sure. Maybe something accidentally happens, but it's not necessarily, bad.
Yeah, they're just funny. Him and Rose together. It's the only sports show my wife will ever watch with me because she just likes the both of them. They're funny together.
They are.
A 1-1 pitch here from Kay, misses inside, and it's 2-1. Plesac sometimes fills in for them. I don't like his shtick.
Plesac is, yeah, I think Plesac is more of the analyst type. I think he's a good analyst, and I think he works well on like the MLB Tonight panel. I just don't think he's necessarily right for a show that's essentially half baseball, half comedy.
Yeah, that's fair. He tries. That one's popped up in the infield. Kevin Biggio is there to make the catch, and 1 away.
The center fielder.
Of course, I'm a big Brian Kenny fan.
Almora.
Kenny is a little bit of a, you know what? I can't say I dislike Brian Kenny. I can just say I'm not necessarily his biggest fan. I think he's the numbers guy, and I am less of a numbers guy. So I think that's really the big thing with him.
Yeah, I like the numbers, but I'm too lazy to look them up. So that's why I like Brian Kenny. Is he tells them all to me.
Okay, then no, I understand that part. I think also, I don't know, I maybe follow a little more after Dugo's, anti-change feel, where he seems to always be promoting changes. It's like the one issue I have with Matt Vasgersian, and he's way too much into those. Let's change the extra innings rule. Let's change this. Let's change that. It's like, okay, let's be smart here and take it slow and not make unnecessary decisions.
I stopped liking Vasgersian after he said he didn't like the Book of Mormon. I said, all right, you don't have a sense of humor. Just takes himself too seriously. I like a little bit of silliness, and that's why I'm a Kevin Millar fan, I guess I'd say.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the thing I do like with Gracie and Sutcliffe is they're hilarious when they're on the same show, because they'll go back and forth about their times playing.
And Sutcliffe is an answer to an interesting trivia question. I was wondering it as I was thinking about talking about Jorge Soler, if there'd ever been a player that has been traded mid-season and won the MVP. And I don't think there has, but there's been a player traded mid-season as won a Cy Young, and that's Sutcliffe, yeah.
16-1 with an ERA low 2s or something. I don't remember the exact number with the Cubs. Then was 4-6 or something with the Indians. I just know he was 16-1. That's the only part I remember, but still.
Yeah, that's when a one-loss record could get you a Cy Young.
Nowadays, you just need to be Jacob deGrom, and or I guess maybe you still need the win-loss unless you play for a team like the Mets. They're the exception to the rule.
Oh boy, just playing for the Mets has got to be an emotional loss. 3-1 pitch fouled back there. Jansen's got a beat on it. But it looks like it's going to go into the seats. No, he makes the catch. Nice play there by Jansen to make the catch there. So, 3 pop-ups there by Anthony Kay. We're going to the bottom of the 6th. Chicago still leading by 3.
So I have a question for you now that we're talking about, baseball TV personalities.
Yeah.
This one. Alright, so the Canadian for the Cubs, Ryan Dempster. I absolutely love Dempster, but I know some people don't. So what's your take?
He pitched for Canada in the World Baseball Classic in 2017, so I dislike him for that.
Okay. How about as a personality, less than his pitching?
he's fine. I don't have too much of an opinion on him. I haven't seen as much about him, but I don't have a visceral negative or positive reaction for him one way or the other.
He's got his own sort of pseudo late night show on Marquee that he was doing a while, via Zoom with all different players. He had Ted Lilly, Zambrano, Bryant, Trout, mainly Cubs players and among others on, and it was really fun. He had Fergie Jenkins, so you had the Canadians.
Ooh. Yeah, weakly hit in front of the ground. Hendricks throws to first and pulls Rizzo off the bag. I wonder if that's going to go as an infield hit, because Gurriel runs pretty fast, and the fact that he runs fast is maybe what caused Hendricks to rush the throw. Be interesting to see how that's scored.
Said an error, but I'm not so sure.
Who do you give the air to, though? The pitcher, I guess?
Probably.
So Dempster's got a late night show on the Marquee Network? Is that just like only in Chicago then?
Yeah. Well, Marquee is the Cubs network, so I forgot. There's a lot of things with where you can and can't get it. I don't know. But yeah, it's like a Friday night show that he does.
Well, I'm always interested in more baseball content. Speaking of baseball announcers, have you seen the show Brockmire?
I have not, but I've wanted to.
Ooh.
Because because having watched, it just looked funny, and I really do want to watch it. So that's something I might have to do some point very soon.
And I think they've had 4 seasons total of Brockmire. 2-2 pitch to Tellez is fouled off. The first season I thought was fantastic. The second season I wasn't that into. The third season, again, I thought was fantastic. And then the fourth season was just way too close to reality, and it just freaked me out. They did like a time jump for season 4 like 10 years into the future, and it just it was too scary how realistic it was feeling, like how everything was apocalyptic. That one's in the dirt and taking off and getting to second base. That is in time. Nice play by Gurriel. I thought that was going to be a lot closer there, the throw there, but Gurriel wisely going as soon as the ball was in the dirt, and Contreras unable to throw him out.
Yeah, it's sort of funny. I'm one of those sci-fi people, so looking for different things to watch over this, quarantined period has been, a challenge to find things that, haven't watched before. And yeah, it did seem that it always turned out to be apocalyptic, and it was like, wow, I really like the show, but I'm getting a little concerned here. It's mildly concerning.
Well, so is the Cubs manager here getting concerned about Hendricks, and he's going to make a pitching change here. So those 2 runners on are his responsibility, and let's see who he turns it over to. It's going to be the long reliever.
Of course.
I don't know why I was even wondering. It's Adbert Alzolay, and that is a weird name, Adbert.
Yeah, I mean, he came up last year. It was sort of interesting to watch him as he debuted and did very well, and we'll see if he comes up in real life. I think he's still in the camp, 60-player, whatever, pool.
Yeah, he was a starter in 2017 and pretty decent. Was with the Myrtle Beach Pelicans and the Tennessee Smokies, and had a 2.99 earned run average in 22 starts. Tennessee Smokies actually used to be the Blue Jays AA affiliate.
Now that is something I didn't know. Well, one I do know is the single A affiliate is the South Bend Silverhawks, because it used to be the Peoria Chiefs, which is now the Cardinals one, which is where I used to watch a lot of games. In Peoria.
Alzolay comes in and gets a pop-up from Janowitz. I'll bring up Randall Grichuk. Yeah, Peoria. That's pretty close to Chicago, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually south of Peoria, so actually it's a northern drive, more or less. Or west. My map directions are off, so it's about an hour in a direction.
It's an hour to some direction, and then you turn right.
Correct. And then a left, and then probably another right somewhere.
Yeah, I've
You
missed
have
going
reached your
to,
destination.
Oh, there's nothing more annoying than being at your destination in the parking lot, and it just keeps telling you to turn right. You're like, I'm already here. Leave me alone. Well, 2 on for Randall Grichuk. 1 for 2 today. Skies that one to shallow left field. Coming in for that one is Schwarber. Halfway there you see is Gurriel. That's pretty interesting that he was still halfway just staring at the play in front of him.
Now batting.
That's a gutsy move because Schwarber has a good arm. If you don't get back quickly, he might double you off.
Well, now there's 2 outs, and it brings up Kevin Biggio. And this was a golden opportunity for the Jays to score, and first 2 guys reached on an air and a base on balls, but
Ball 1, no strike.
Azolay's come in, and he has shut the door so far. And now facing Kevin Biggio, things get easy for the pitcher. That one's weakly hit foul, and the count is 1-1. Misses inside 2-1. Yeah, going back to the sci-fi discussion we were having, kind of makes you a little bit concerned when every science fiction writer is telling us the same thing, that, hey, it feels like we're heading towards an apocalypse.
Yeah, that it does seem to be often where those tend to lead, and they can be very good. But yeah, you know, because if you think about it, you know, the most original thing you've ever heard in a sci-fi, here, I'll pitch it to you, you know, there are these aliens, right, because it's sci-fi, and they come to Earth, and they wipe out half the population. Picture that.
Biggio goes down swinging, no surprise there. We're going to the 7th inning, Chicago leading by 3. That's when, like, they do something interesting with the sci-fi genre. I'm into it. What was I think it was called 10 Cloverfield Lane. Did you see that one?
No.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the quote-unquote Cloverfield universe. I don't know if you saw the first Cloverfield movie, but you don't have to. Basically, this was a movie that, I think it was a spec script that, you know, was on, like, the blacklist in one of the top... Oh, all right, we've got Shark Shavery in the booth, so we're going to get some, hopefully, okay Blue Jays in the bottom of the 7th.
Indeed, indeed, and before I muted my stream to come in here, Cloverfield?
Yeah, we're talking about sci-fi.
Yeah, I love it.
This one's hit pretty deep to left field, giving chase. Gurriel can't get it. That is off the wall. Grichuk coming in to field it, and that is a double for Rizzo.
What do you know? The offense comes just as Shark gets here. When have I heard that?
Funny how that works. I mean, I don't know. I swear I know nothing of this. I've never been in the booth for a crazy offense. These are baseless allegations. Well, at least it came for the team I wanted to come for. Sorry, J-Man. Cubs are here, so kind of got to go with them over the Jays. Nothing against them.
Grounded to third for the first out here. No, I mean, if you're it's okay to have favorites of 2 different teams, and yeah, the Cubs they're definitely in a playoff race. You want every win. The Reds are right on their tail.
Yeah, the Cubs are just blowing my mind, and I just really hate the fact that the Reds have to be doing well as well and making the NL Central actually a contest.
I believe it's what a 2-game lead.
2.5
3.
back.
2.5 or 2.
Split the difference, I think.
2.5.
Sold.
Or did the Reds play today yet? Anything simmed? Probably
That's
not.
the question. But coming into today, it was 2.5. There'll be 2 after this game. Schwarber here fouls that one away. Schwarber's had a pretty good game. He's walked and doubled. That big double in the 5th inning was one of the undoings of Trent Thornton. That one's hit pretty well to left field. Gurriel giving chase at the wall, and that is gone. A 2-run home run for Kyle Schwarber. Right on cue. As I said, he's having a pretty good game. It's a 2-run, a moonshot right there. 36 of the season for him. Boy, you can't say enough about the job he's done for the Cubs this year.
I wish you could see me right here. My arms are outstretched. I'm just thinking, you know, I seize full credit of this. It seems to be a trend. Just happiest coming in the top instead of the bottom in this inning.
Yeah, I think last game that I was on that you came in for was that the game with the second game of that Red Series where Hap gave them the lead, and it all happened after you left.
Yeah, was that one where I left and it immediately happened?
Yeah,
I have trouble keeping track because there's so many.
It's the one where I yelled at you to leave and then you left, and then the run scored.
Oh man,
That's what
worked.
huh?
Yeah, the baseball fans are a bit superstitious, I'd say.
Just a little.
Oh, yeah.
suspicious.
Oh my gosh.
Do you have any other superstitions that you believe in, like a favorite jersey or a specific meal you'll eat before a big game?
Okay, this is actually with soccer, which is weird. I have my favorite team is Arsenal, and whenever I wear their jersey, they seem to lose. So I just don't wear the jersey until after they win.
I did have a similar soccer superstition until this year's Champions League kind of threw a wrench in it. Real Madrid, friends are huge fans. Yeah, they're the kind of the Yankees of soccer, similar to Barcelona. But there was a awesome black jersey that I wore when they won their 10th Champions League, and I think I wore it again when it was the 11th. It's my friend's jersey. He's been quarantined, so I watched the game with him, and they botched it, so down goes that after many years of it standing. But that's basically my only superstition I've kind of had with sports, I think. There's probably some I'm forgetting because it's just part of my routine.
Well, my question is, did you wash it before the game? Did you wash the luck out?
I mean, it's not. I don't think it gets.
Are you
washed. It always gets
responsible
put on
for it?
over something? Oh, it's
Okay,
not
so
mine.
it's never been washed. Okay. As long as it's never been washed.
Yeah.
Oh, what a relief.
It's still got its luck
Responsible
in
with
it.
jerseys. Have an undershirt on. Don't want to get sweat on it. It's a nice material. Can get ruined in the wash.
The only other
Also,
one I
think
have.
it's from Spain. I think it was bought at Real Madrid Stadium.
Whoa,
Oh, wow.
that's cool. That's
Oh,
actually
yeah.
Never been to
very
Spain.
cool.
You
Neither
want
have
to
I.
say Espanol?
Love Spain. I don't speak any. I took French in high school till they canceled it. I was going to take German. They canceled it before I got there. Then I took French. Then they canceled it for my senior year. And then when I took first level French in college, they immediately began only speaking in French. And I'm like, looked at the person next to me. I'm like, this is French 1, right? And they're like, yeah. And then I dropped the class because it was awful. So I only really speak English, and I am angry about it. And I wish I would have just taken Spanish instead.
Speaking English proves difficult enough for me most times. But
Fair
I've
enough.
tried to take a little bit of Espanol.
Number 8.
Always wanted to learn Spanish, but growing up in South Florida, it was very hard to find a place to learn it.
Attention, please.
Not hard around here in West Michigan. We got a real big Spanish population, big migrant as well, so lots of opportunities to utilize it both for work and stuff like that. Friend of social services with some migrants, and been really helpful for him. So definitely depends where you live, because I know there's some places where it can be a little bit tricky.
Yeah. Well, South Florida was not
Certainly.
one of them. I was just making a joke, really, at the education system of Florida.
Yeah. Don't
I
have
got
kind
several
things to say
friends
about
that-
the one near me.
Yeah. Well, AJ Cole is going to come into the game after Anthony Kay has had a very rough 7th inning. A double, a home run, and 2 walks. So AJ Cole is going to come into the game, former National A and Cleveland Baseball Club member. I never say their nickname. That's something I always do. Just avoid saying it.
Yeah, I have stuff like that. Like, I'm a University of Michigan fan, so I say that state college down in Ohio.
That one is a fair ball. I thought that one was foul, but that is going to score another run. Ripped down the line from Ian Happ, scoring Contreras from second, and is now 8-2 Cubs. And we're one run away from EB's prediction of 7.
I got to say,
My math is wrong in the chat.
Into the booth. Yeah, I was like worried that I might miss. I was working on some things. I'm like, oh crap! I gotta get my organ loaded up. I gotta get in. Oh no, plenty of time.
That one is hit to Biggio, 4-6-3 double play. Aw, you wanted more than 8 runs in a game?
Well, I was just saying, EB said that K would make it a 7-run game to the Cubs. It's only 6. He was wrong, and I wanted him to be right.
Well, let's give the Jays fans a little bit of something to work with here. So, okay, Blue Jays.
Leading off for the Jays, the shortstop.
Okay, Blue Jays, let's play ball. Okay, Blue Jays, let's play ball. All right. Appreciate that,
Only
Sharky.
2 pitches. Yeah, it's been a minute since I've been able to get it, and I've slept through a lot of the Jays games. I'll like have it planned, set alarms, and I wake up and I've missed my alarms.
Yeah, we were talking actually before as Bichette pops out to Baez there for the first out in the 7th about a Korean-inspired K-pop 7th inning stretch for Ryu starts. And of course, Ryu's now out probably for the year.
It's funny you say that because I don't know if you're familiar with Bill Wirtz. He does some YouTube videos. Usually has some stuff. So Duggo told me to make a Bill Wirtz stretch, and I started, and I was really having trouble continuing because
did Guerrero get all of that one? Oh, he did not. Nice catch there by Almora up against the wall. I thought he had all of that one.
Oh my God, yeah.
So you were
2
saying?
Quick counts. Yeah, this is, first of all, I gotta say, inning very different so far from the top 7, but yeah. It ended up, I sent it on over to my buddy I work on with music once I finished it up last night after sitting on it for weeks, and he was like, I was like, it's not really Bill Wirtz anymore. He's like, this kind of sounds like a Japanese circus. And I listened to him like, oh, this actually does kind of have a bit of an Asian feel to it, completely unintentionally that I missed. And it's just funny that you mentioned like K-pop and stuff like that, because I've also remixed some K-pop songs way back, so I do kind of have K-pop in my head, and I like that idea. I've been trying to figure out what to do next, so I'm going to have to load up some old K-pop favorites and see what I can do.
Do you think you'll get to Great Ether and my suggestion for a Monty Python-esque stretch?
Oh, man. That one's always in the back of my mind. It's one of them that I kind of try to figure out how to do, similar to the John Cena stretch. I haven't forgotten. I just don't know what to do.
Fair enough.
Speaking of not knowing what to do, doesn't seem like the Blue Jays really knew what to do in that inning.
Well, they know what to do with bats, is they don't like to hurt baseballs with them.
Leading off for the
I like the positive positioning there. So I can either stick around and chat during this game, or I can let you two get back to it. It's completely up to you. Don't want to derail things too much.
More than happy to have you stick around for the rest of this game.
Sure, yeah, I'd love to have you here.
We've gone off the rails several times during this, and I've lost internet for a couple innings, so
just go all out right now. You know what? We've been skipping around all different ways. It's a 6-run game. Let's just have a blowout.
Did either of you witness either of the 2 games that turned into physics classes, basically, that I was on?
I only saw the one clip.
I'm working on a supercut right now.
I only saw one clip, and I want to see it.
Yeah, it's so it was me, Mike, and Tardis for one, and then me and Garrett on the other. Editing it down, it's currently sitting around 70 minutes. and I cut out anything not involving our discussions or Mike trying to get us back on track. So should be done by tomorrow. I'm going through right now and putting the topic at hand in the top right corner. So if anyone's like, what is going on, it'll at least have something to say what's being discussed, or if something piques their interest, what they can Google, since learning is fun. And I love derailing games with education.
Nope, that's the ball. Ball 1, no strike.
Well, you can always learn about census information through songs as well.
It's true.
Oh yeah, we
taught
saw
us that.
in the Derby.
Well, and
that is forever my favorite bot ball moment, I think. Just hearing them absolutely lose it and potentially question their sanity as to if they did in fact hear Los Angeles County's population.
And for me, with you bringing up Bill Wirtz, because I know he's done some like weird, like
The history of the world, I guess.
Yes, I've watched that so many times,
So
and
good.
as a history nut, that's where physics goes over my head. But I could definitely ramble on about random history things, and that's my thing.
I gotta say, it's not to toot my own horn, but I kind of am a jack of all trades. Can potentially be to my detriment because there's too much I'm interested in. Love music, love baseball, love college football, love history, love physics, love politics, love sociology, psychology, and I'm just like, I don't have the time to absorb everything I want to.
Well, Guerrero was in an interesting position there. He was in second base there to catch that pop-up.
And he didn't drop it.
Yeah, no, that was in fair territory, so I guess he's more used to catching them in fair territory. Yeah, well, when you came in, we were talking about science fiction. So yeah, we're jack of all trading this broadcast right now. And what got us talking to that, we were talking about Brockmire. And have you watched the new season of Brockmire? Or any season of Brockmire?
I have not seen. I'm not even familiar with Brockmire. I don't tend to watch a ton of TV these days.
But it's on IFC. So that one's lined out to Shaw for the third out here. We go in the bottom of the eighth. Jay's still trailing by 6. But it's what's his name from The Simpsons? Hank Azaria?
Yeah, Hank Azaria.
One of the few people on this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's just playing a degenerate baseball announcer, basically. And it's just fantastic television to watch.
Now that you're saying that, I still know I haven't seen it, but I do feel like I have been made aware of it in the past. I definitely should watch it.
2-0.
Yeah, I liked the first and third season. The second one I didn't like. And the fourth season, it took a weird science fiction turn where they did a time jump where it was 10 years in the future. And, there was,
I heard you mention that. I'm honestly kind of a fan of when shows do that because it's hard to pull off, but when pulled off well, is super awesome. And a good way to deal with an aging cast and stop having to, make them look too young. They're graying. Just lean into it.
Yeah, they did that with Parks and Rec. They did a big time jump, and
they were so close to predicting the Cubs winning the series, if I remember. How many years off? Like 1?
Well, yeah, and then Back to the Future 2 was 1 year off in predicting that World Series, too. They predicted it in 2015, not 2016.
They made the postseason, so, they made it look close.
We'll say that working with, year 1 or year 0 being the starting point cannot account for that, because I want to believe that there was someone prophetic in the writing room.
Yeah, who would have... you don't think that movie Back to the Future 2 is prophetic, where a grifter named Biff, who opens a bunch of failed casinos and then becomes the president of the United States? You don't think that was prophetic at all?
Are you familiar with John Mulaney?
Oh, I love John Mulaney.
So I'm sure you've heard his bit about Back to the Future.
I don't know if I have, actually.
Oh, man. Well,
I'm going to look it up after
can't
this.
necessarily say a lot of or a chunk of the bit, but all I'll say is it is fantastic and a great deconstruction of how insane the whole premise of it is. Because like I say, I love the movie, but when he put it, I was like, that is so correct, and it doesn't affect my enjoyment, but I can appreciate how
I think I know what you're talking
insane
about.
it is from the get-go.
Hey, yeah, he meets his mom and he makes out with her.
Yeah, it's like his friend is a disgraced nuclear physicist. We don't know how old he is. He's either like 40 or 80.
Now I want to watch that movie and that bit again.
Anyway, counts full. 1 away.
Back on track.
Oh yeah, we're definitely
And
counting
let's derail
Gurriel
again.
0 for 3 today. But it just makes me think of a big swing and a miss there from Gurriel for the second out. Have you seen Gremlins 2?
Now batting.
That's one of those movies I just somehow never watched. There's way too many classics that I either never saw or never saw when I was the age where most people would assume you first saw it. Like,
Yeah.
I'm born in '91. I didn't see like the Goonies until I was in late high school. I don't know how that happened.
Well,
But,
there's like
tons
a
of those classic movies. I just never were on my radar.
there's a great Key and Peele sketch about the Gremlins 2, where it's just they're all sitting down at the writing room like, all right, Gremlins 1 was a success, so let's think about what we're going to do for the second one. And in comes, Key, and he's just like, I've got all these ideas where everyone gets their own gremlin. What do you want, an energy gremlin? That's in the movie. And the guy's like, this is not going to be in the movie. Just say anything, any word in gremlin, it's in the movie. Vegetable gremlin, that's in the movie. It's like, it's not in the movie.
I remember that one now.
And if you've seen Gremlins 2, literally all of those characters are in the movie. There's an energy gremlin. There's a vegetable gremlin. There's just a girl gremlin.
Clips of that.
Oh my.
I'm a fan of very, very ridiculous, ludicrous movies. Like, are you familiar with Troll 2?
Oh, Troll 2, yes. Big
Best
swing and
part
a
about the
miss there
Troll
from Rowdy
franchise.
Tellez. And that is the end of the 8th.
The Troll franchise, none of the movies connected. Some of them, Troll 2 deals with goblins.
No trolls
Not
in Troll 2.
And the plot is hysterical. I gotta say, I didn't see the twist at the end coming because there was not really a whole lot in the way of foreshadowing anything in the movie, but delightful nonetheless.
I went to a documentary that was made about that movie. It was called Best Worst Movie.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And the cast was there.
First.
So, I got to meet little Joshua and the dad from the movie.
Yeah. Oh, you actually got to meet them?
Yeah, and there was a Q&A after
God.
it. And they said to him, is this movie pro-vegetarian or anti-vegetarian? Because we can't tell.
It's a really good question.
Because what ends up defeating the main goblin character was a double-decker bologna sandwich. And of course the goblins are turning people into plants. So it turned out that the guy was anti-vegetarian.
Oh my God.
Well.
And that's a base hit up the middle. So Baez with a leadoff single here in the 9th inning.
And then speaking of bad movies, have you ever seen Birdemic, Shock and Terror?
I have seen Birdemic.
Yeah, that's one of the few movies that to this day, unfortunately it's not on Netflix, but still, if it was available to me, I had a policy where anytime anyone wanted to watch it or was willing to watch it if they hadn't seen it, I would be like, yes. And there's few movies that legitimately did that, and multiple times had plans, it came up, and I'm like, wait, you've never seen Birdemic? You love, we've watched Two-Headed Shark Attack. We've watched Ghost Shark. We've watched Poultry. Was it Poultry
Poltergeist?
I think that's the movie's name.
The Ginger Dead Man?
I haven't seen that, but yeah. Birdemic, Shock and Terror. The birds show up exactly halfway through the movie.
I just remember there was a really, really long, absurd driving shot with horrible CGI birds.
Oh, that's out.
All the birds are horrible. They're not even really CG. They're more like clip art, just kind of
Yeah.
put on there. They spit acid. They dive bomb and explode. They get fought off with hotel room clothes hangers.
This one goes all the way to the wall. Baez has a chance to score, and he is going to score all the way from first on a nice RBI double from Kyle Schwarber. He's got 2 doubles and a home run today. It's now 9-2, and there's that 7-run lead you predicted, EB.
Are you happy, EB?
He seems happy enough.
Yeah, that's one of those things when you predict a negative outcome. It's like, are you happy or sad or just like, at least I was correct? Okay, you know, I'm gonna say he's really thrilled. I'm really happy you're thrilled, DB. I'm glad you're not being sarcastic.
Oh,
Really
absolutely
thrilled.
not. Really, absolutely thrilled.
And like, oh god, he's just so excited, just ecstatic.
I know, right?
I can picture him now, jumping for joy.
Yeah, I was messaging him earlier. I said, am I going to watch 3 Blue Jays losses today since they're playing a continuation game, which they lost? They're losing this one.
God.
Yeah.
Oh my.
That's,
Cubs lost both yesterday, and they're about to lose. Well, they're about to lose the real life one probably today.
Well, the Jays have a real life lead over Tampa right now, 2-0, and that's in the 4th inning, and it's only going 7. So, who knows?
How do you feel about the whole 7-inning thing? I don't get it personally
No.
because I don't feel like it actually, like, it's something that makes some people feel more comfortable without actually doing anything. Like, you're there for 14 innings. Like, okay, you could just do 18 and actually still have to deal with the whole dynamic of a 9-inning game. Like,
any of the changes to the on-field play I have not been a fan of. And I'll even say I don't even like the no throwing the intentional walk. I don't even like that one.
I hate it. You mentioned Duggo earlier and no change. I think Duggo may have suggested, I think it may have been him, the idea that keep the National League with the like classic play, and if you want to experiment in the American League, have at it, because they already have the DH, but leave our National League alone, because baseball is a game of traditions, and I think that's why people like it.
Yeah.
Like, my dad, you know, Tigers fan through and through, still hates the designated hitter. It's like I might like some designated hitters, but that doesn't mean I like what it does to the game.
The left fielder.
And the extra inning rule this year is abysmal. Like, I would rather have ties. I would rather have 12 innings and then just call it a tie and leave it at that than this. And I'm really against even the idea of a tie. So that's saying something.
One of the ideas that I liked as kind of an amalgam was, I heard something about how there's some leagues where they'll like do a random home run derby, and I like the idea of a shootout. You have to choose 5 guys, and you go toe for toe. You get your own pitcher, and it's literally just a shootout. Best of 5 with hitting dingers. Do it after like 12 innings. I think that'd be fun.
Was this one hit fast enough for a double play? Not going to be turned. Yeah, that's the other thing that comes about it, though. Like, it really is luck. Like, let's say your 6th place guy makes the last out in the 9th inning. Now you got 7, 8, 9 coming up, and what if you're facing the Yankees and they've got, you know, they've got Judge, Stanton, and whoever coming up? Like, it's... So if you're going to do that rule, like, let's go all out and say, all right, once the 9th inning's over, your lineups start over again. You start off going 1, 2, 3, each team. So then it's at least a little bit more fair.
Yeah,
but I still
like
don't like that rule.
Yeah,
because imagine you got a team where you got, like, just because D-backs fan, you know, Tim LaCastro, put him on second. Like, you're at such a huge advantage against a team that doesn't have, like, these speed demons, it feels like. So, I don't know. It feels wrong. Like, it feels like beer league stuff.
It's extra innings game, so I think, you know, even if you've subbed a player out, he can come back into the game, too.
Yeah,
that's what I think. Yeah.
Let your pitching rotation, like any sort of substitutions that are happening, just do away with it, whatever. Like, let it be fair.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an improvement. I mean, personally, I'm just more for, like, a tie after 14. That's playing a game and a half. Heck, if you want, you could start it the next day and act like it's a suspended game. not ruining the attention span of the people. They've watched 14 innings. Go ahead and watch, 3 or 4 the next day to start, and then have a full game. I don't see the problem with that.
Yeah. I feel that. Let the 14th inning stretch get in.
Yeah, exactly.
I just want to bring up something real quick. You mentioned suspended game. So the Blue Jays, they play in Skydome. They don't have any need for weather delays or anything like that. Just had
using the proper name.
Yeah, just had a suspended game, and it was the first time they had a suspended game since 1980. It was before they played in the Skydome, but it was not weather related. Why was that game suspended?
Did they have like a leak?
Power outage?
Your attention,
No, they had to be out at 5 p.m. because the Cars were performing a concert there.
There we go. That's a real reason right there.
That's just what I needed.
I mean,
the Cars, right? My mind's not going
yeah,
crazy.
that is absolutely the Cars.
That's actually when I was young and I needed to get a synthesizer for the band I was in. That's actually the song I showed to my dad to be like, this synth can do this type of sound, which is what the band needs. My kind of crummy piano can't do this. He was like, all right, go ahead. I was like, yes. So that song is actually part of the reason why I'm even here today.
That's funny.
There we go. Everything's tied together here in the end of the game.
Yeah, we're not
All the
wasting
loose ends.
time. We are all tiling up all these loose ends. You're right. What do you think? Toronto's got 7 runs in them this inning?
I mean, they've got 2 outs to work with. Anything's possible.
They've got 2 outs to work with. You're right.
I have crazy things have happened. I can't say I expect it. I am willing to bet, like $50 that it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go higher than that because I'm not trying to shoot myself in the foot, but I'm willing to bet 50 that the Jays don't get 7 and 2 outs.
Let me see if I can message Garrett and he can put in some cheat codes for the Jays right now. We can split that 50.
Cheat codes. I miss those in games.
Yeah.
I feel like too often with all the online play you can't have it, but it was great when you could just even more than cheat codes, stuff that would just fundamentally mess with the game, like in Nintendo days. If you ever played like Metroid, Kid Icarus, that kind of stuff.
There was a cheat code in the home run derby you could do as Grichuk goes down looking, where you'd enter the buttons and
as Grichuk you could do the cheat code. I was like, that's interesting.
So no matter what you did, you'd hit, it would always be a home run, and that was back when the home run derby was outs. And so I would always play my friend in the home run derby, and I would always get to the very last out where I hadn't hit a single home run, and I'd be like, $20 I beat you. And he'd be like, oh yeah, you're on. And I would just do the cheat code, and I would hit 10 home runs in a row, and $20.
That is the kind of
fair play
underhanded stuff that I am all for.
Oh yeah, I mean it's
His
good
fault
stuff.
for not knowing better.
Exactly.
Well, it'll make you feel better that he never once paid up.
And for the second time, I must remind the audience that, kids, is why you don't gamble. I had to do that. I had to say that yesterday too, but I'll say it again today.
That's like in Call with Mike and Tartus, where I just say, just a reminder to not spend $20,000 on or buy 20,000 packs of Marlboros to get a nice deep baritone voice. I think Tartus had a self-admitted awful impression that he did. It was pointed out by Mike A that he just didn't smoke enough, and I had to be responsible and do a nice public service announcement.
The Flintstones actually did a commercial for cigarettes.
Those are weird. That is so surreal. The fact that we don't even have ads now, and granted, the Flintstones was surprisingly enough a more like adult-oriented kind of cartoon back in the day, but still, like, seeing Fred Flintstone smoke up, I'm like, all right, this is kind of wacky stuff. Like, why not?
Well, Brandon Morrow gets Bo Bichette to strike out. He strikes out the side around a Kevin Biggio single, and the Chicago Cubs are going to win this one by a final score of 9-2. Well, it was a bit of a silly one here at the end. This one was never really in doubt for the Cubs, as we expected coming into this one. But, you know, you got to take the small victories where you can as a Jays fan, and Thornton looked pretty decent through a couple of innings, and hey, it was good to see Brandon Morrow again.
It's good to find the silver lining and everything, you know. Tigers fan guy had to deal with that far too much, so anything you can look at as a plus or something to build off of is always nice in these kind of difficult losses, to say the least. Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a surprise that Schwarber's player of the game.
Yeah,
3 for
5
4.
RBIs.
Yeah.
What's his slugging for the game?
A lot.
Oh yeah, we're getting a look at those highlights right there. Top of the second, Nico Horner with a single, and that was 1-1. I missed this one. Teoscar Hernandez, a solo home run in the 4th inning. Of course, I missed the offense for the Jays. So I'm bad luck for the Jays, and Shark, you came in and were good luck right away for the Cubs.
Thank you, Shark.
Well, we'll just be glad that it was at the Sky Dome and not at Wrigley.
Well, we might need you for that Dodgers series coming up.
Oh yeah, I mean, I will definitely try to jinx the Dodgers any chance I can.
That's right, the
Race
Cubs
the Diamondbacks
are going to
for
play
the wild
the
card.
yeah, right?
Bonkers.
Cubs-Dodgers are the next series the Cubs are going to play, and the Diamondbacks are right on the Dodgers' heels for the NL West, and you got to be worried about them for that wild card spot. Yeah, Atlanta, the Reds, the Diamondbacks, all right there in that wild card spot.
There's so much parity at the top of the divisions. It is just insane.
Yeah. Oh, and see, the only divisions I think in ball where it's not close is the American League East and the American League West, because Houston has not been playing that well, and the Yankees are just so far out in front.
Yeah, A's are doing nice.
Mm-hmm.
Good to see.
They're doing nice in the real world. They're really fun to watch.
Those end of, you come into the 9th down 5 and you're thinking, I don't know, but then they find a way.
Yeah, not like the Jays in the bottom of the 9th when they were down by 7. They didn't muster anything.
Yeah.
This is the last double Schwarber had. Oof. He's just hitting it all over the field. Opposite field, the big part of the field.
If my mental calculations are correct, did he have 2,000 slugging on the day?
I don't know how to do that.
What was it? 3 for 4, home run, 2 doubles?
Yeah.
8 bases at 4 at bats. I think, yeah, 2,000 slugging.
There we go. Hey.
I just learned how to do slugging.
Yeah, me too.
2,000 with 5 RBI. Yeah, it's I think I did that right. Call me out, please, in the chat if I'm wrong.
Like I said,
see, J-Man, you don't even need Brian Kenny to tell you that one.
I was just about to say, I like the numbers, guys, but myself, so I'm gonna call you Shark Kenny over here.
Well, I mean, I was originally a math major, stopped because I realized it had no kind of jobs I wanted, but got a scholarship I didn't apply for, so I was like, sure, I'll be a math major.
I thought you said I stopped because I realized I didn't like math.
Oh no, I love math. I've done it for fun, like which is weird and admittedly nerdy, but I see some familiar faces from one Texas to another with Carlos Jordan. Howdy.
Howdy.
I brought it up already. This is a record. The game hasn't even started.
Exactly.
I should say, fellows in the booth, Heinz, J-Man, are you familiar with what I've been doing every Texas game that I'm in? Considering I live in Texas, Michigan. Yeah, I have to shoehorn in the fact that I am playing this stuff live from Texas, Charter Township, Michigan.
It's beautiful to hear.
Yeah, Houston and the Angels is the next game, and Jordan and Carlos are going to be calling that one. And we just mentioned Houston not doing that great. The Angels, they made a bunch of trades at the deadline, and now they're playing better than they were.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit better than they were before, and obviously it's helped them in their case. Now only 7.5 back of the Athletics, and I believe somewhere around 4 or 4.5 games back in the wild card race. the Astros, they've gotten a little bit better as of the last couple of weeks, jumping from 9.5 to, after the first game of the series, being 4.5 or 3.5 behind Oakland, I believe, for first in the West. So it seemed like some of their stuff starting to work a little bit more. But then, of course, I believe the Angels getting the next 2 games in this series, of course, this being Game 4. I'm correct on that statement. I could be wrong, but it's definitely been an interesting series between these two. And I know, Carlos, you know, you can say even more. This is an interesting series for a whole lot of different reasons.
Yeah, no, this is going to be an interesting ball game today. Like we said the other day, this is going to be a series that could end the Angels' hopes of making a run at the division or even the wild card. So we'll see how it plays out.
Yep, big game coming up here from Angel Stadium. Well, for Heinz AS, I've been J-Man 1993. Once again, a big win for the Cubs in Skydome. They win this one 9-2. Player of the game was Kyle Schwarber. So for Heinz AS, I'm going to sign off here, and we're going to throw it over to Jordan Smith and Carlos Zimmerman from Angel Stadium. Take it away, guys.
And thanks one more time for letting me stick around for the rest of the game.
Oh, of course. Anytime, Sharky. Always got an open booth for you.
Yeah, always have a good time. And speaking of a good time, Carlos and Jordan, I will see you guys in the top of the 7th here.
Awesome. Sounds good, Shark. Excited to have you in the booth for that 7th inning and more potentially as we get you started here in Anaheim. You see Shohei Ohtani, the switch hitting and the ambidextrous, well, not ambidextrous, but the switch roll wonder boy. I know, Carlos, you could tell me a lot more about what he's got.
Yeah, no, he's running 7-7 so far this year. Been fairly even. He'll have to deal with a really strong lineup today out of the Astros. So we'll see how he pans out from just the kind of mediocre, kind of okay season he's had. 7-7 ain't nothing to write home about, but he's been solid regardless in the middle of this Angels rotation.
Jose Altuve will get things started here in this one as he heads to the plate. First pitch will catch the corner for strike one. As you take a look at the Angels' record, and we briefly mentioned it, right now 3rd in the West with that 66-59 record. They sit 7.5 behind the Oakland Athletics for first in the West, as the 0-1 will miss outside for a 1-1 count. Beautiful day for baseball here in Anaheim. You see the 85 degrees, low humidity out in California, so it's a beautiful 85 degrees. Unlike here in the Lone Star State, as the 1-1 is chopped past the diving glove of Fletcher. And there is a base hit to get things started for Altuve.
And just a good job of splitting that gap, and Fletcher thought he had a beat on it. That one was a little bit of a chopper, so interesting how that was able to pull through, but the Astros lead off this ball game the right way with a base hit from their leadoff man, Altuve.
Now Michael Brantley to the plate, as the first pitch will be outside for ball one. You see the 293 batting average, 16 home runs on the season, and 823 OPS. A good mark, like for it to be higher, but you'll take an 823 OPS during the season. Runner on first, nobody out to start the ball game as the 1-0 is swung on and popped up left side of the infield. Making the catch is Simmons. And there's one away here in the top of the first. We'll go ahead and get you the defensive alignment here for the Angels. Defensively in left field, DJ Peters. Out in center, the wonder kid Mike Trout, followed by Brian Goodwin and right. Anthony Rendon at third base. Angelton Simmons at shortstop. David Fletcher at second base. Albert Pujols, historic and home run hitter and future Hall of Famer at first base. Jason Castro, who we've seen in this series already. Behind the dish, and Shohei Ohtani. is on the bump. First pitch, Alex Bregman outside for ball 1. The 1-0 is a big swing and a miss. Evens up the count now at 1 apiece.
Too big. He may be going here on anything hit.
He's going!
The 1-1 will fall in the zone for strike 2. He goes, and they will call him out on the throw. A pretty good spot for Jason Castro, as that one was just falling right in the perfect spot. So there is the second out. It clears the base paths and gets a caught stealing for Jose Altuve.
Well, he went. Since, well, Bregman didn't hack at it either, so, and, well, either way, we're done.
Bregman watching that one go by for strike 3, ends the inning. Almost 1-2-3. But a base hit by Altuve to start it off. And that's it, as we now see Lance McCullers on the bump to get things going for the Astros here in this Game 4 finale.
Yeah, McCullers, he's been solid in 24 starts. 15 of those went decisions at a 9.6, a 4.05 ERA, so he's almost under 4. So he's been able to really work down the pitch counts and been able to hold bats to their limit. So you'll be expected to deliver a good array of off-speed and the fastball to try and slow down this Angels hitting core, which is more prevalent towards the middle of the lineup, not so much at the top and bottom.
You see the Astros 5 games back in the West. A little bit less for the second wild card spot, as that one is fouled away for a 1-1 count. And this is, really for both of these teams right now, the way they set themselves up, specifically the Angels, from where they were before. They both had set themselves up in a pretty nice position for the rest of the year, as that one is a grounder by Correa on the shift and fielded for out number 1. But going back to that point, or excuse me, Corey Lee, I did the same thing as you the other day, so my apologies. Just use the Correa, but you see David Fletcher coming to the plate. Both of these teams right now within 7.5 back of the Athletics for first in the West. So if any of them can catch some hot hands here with a little bit of a run like the Astros have in the past couple weeks coming into this series, really, there's a good chance for either one of these teams to really nip at the heels of the Athletics, which the Astros somewhat did at one point heading into this series, being only, 4.5 back.
Yeah, that's a testament to the resilience of this Astros team, as it's 3-1 on Fletcher. So this is really up for anyone at this point between Oakland, Houston, and Anaheim. So this is going to be a really thrilling back half of August into September.
Nope, that's inside.
Outside ball 4. So that puts a runner on first for Mike Trout. And it'll be interesting to see, like you mentioned, for this last half of August and the entire month of September, it'll be interesting to see which team, brings up what for the September call-ups, to see, what they can do to improve their lineup somehow, and help them get that extra push for the postseason. At least just help the depth a little bit. It'll be interesting to see how many of each, pitchers and batters each team brings up to help them, as you see that one high for 1-0. See, Trout has really not had the number of Lance McCullers batting on the Mendoza line for his career.
10 strikeouts for him, as that one's down in the dirt, good, well smothered by Maldonado. But Trout, he is notorious for striking out against McCullers, but if he gets into a 3-0 count here, could be trouble, and a free pass might be on the horizon.
Count 3-0.
That one low for 3-0 to start. Not a great start for McCullers in this at-bat. He already has a runner on first. with only one out here in this one. 3-0 is swung on. Hard hit fly ball to right field, still backing up. Making the catch on the turnaround is Josh Reddick. And there is out number 2.
Batting fourth, the third baseman, Anthony.
Actually, Kyle Tucker out there in right today. Regardless, both men obviously well known for their defense out there. You know, Reddick a little bit more known for his bat, but a good play by Tucker, having to spin around a couple times like a ballerina to make that play.
I apologize on that one. And you see the base hit right up the middle. That'll put the runner at second base, so immediately coming back by Rendon on the next pitch. The base hit right up the middle.
Good piece of hitting there, right into the hole where no Astro was. Luckily held the runner over there at second. So I'll hand things over to Justin Upton, who, you look at these last 4 games, has not had a hit. So that may have been just a blessing for Lance McCullers.
We'll see how it affects him here. Obviously, the big dip in the batting average, you're going 0 for 15. As now sitting at 251. Runners on first, second. First pitch low. 4-1. Defensive alignment for the Astros. Brantley in left field. George Springer in center. Kyle Tucker placing Josh Reddick in right field today, followed by Alex Bregman at third. Corey Lee, now the everyday starter with the injury to Carlos Correa at shortstop. Followed by Jose Altuve at second base. Yuli Gurriel at first. Maldonado behind the plate. Lance McCullers right now working with the 2-0 count on the bump. Big swing and a miss. And a 98-mile-an-hour four-seamer. 2-1 count.
Got to really start locating that off speed. That is really where he has been struggling so far in this inning.
Just missing the edge of the zone will make it 3-1. You see McCullers maybe a little frustrated with the location of that call.
Didn't say I blame him.
Astros trying to get out of the inning without allowing a run. Trying to strand the 2 runners. However, it'll go to a bases-loaded situation. I bring up Albert Pujols to the plate. Not a situation you want to have with bases loaded at all, especially to start the bottom of the first inning.
5 batters in, you got a pair of outs of getting Goodwin and Trout, but now you go to this guy who is notorious for coming up in big and clutch situations. Let's see what happens. Can McCullers get arguably a first ballot Hall of Famer out?
A third of the way there as he swings at one and fouls it away. All in 1 count. Bases loaded. Bottom of the first, 2 outs. Nobody has touched home plate yet. So that one's outside for a 1-1 count. On the stretch he deals as that one swung on. Shallow fly ball as Springer comes in to center field. And makes the catch. For out number 3, all 3 bases left filled. We're still tied at 0, heading to the top of the second inning. You see the 4-5-6 due up as the cleanup hitter in Yordan Alvarez. The DH heads to the plate to get things started in the top of the second.
I'm still enamored at that split right there. Yeah, not as great against lefties, but he's got the righty and Ohtani today, so. Ooh, Dougie, if he gets a hold of one, that ball is just going to sail out of here in a park that's really known for home runs down the left field.
The 0-1 thought about swinging, decided not to, and good reason for him not to, as that misses for a 1-1 count. You see Alvarez with 343 batting average as that one misses outside for a 2-1 count. Each team getting one hit in the first inning. Big swing and a miss there from Alvarez, making 2-2 count.
Wouldn't be surprised if Ohtani tries to get him again with that same split figure pitch.
There is the splitter right there. Second strikeout as he gets Alvarez a swing and miss at it. And now that will bring up George Springer to the plate.
Riding a nice hitting streak right now. He has been pretty stellar since being moved up to that 5th position. So, can he keep it going?
Back outside.
Missing outside 2-0 the count now.
Nope, that's the ball.
Low for ball 3, and you see there Yuli Gurriel sitting on deck. And just catching the edge of the zone, 3-1 the count for Springer. You know, and you mentioned it, since getting moved up a couple spots in the lineup from the 7 to the 5 spot, he's really picked it up a bit in the lineup, getting all the way up to about the 250s, right now sitting at 251. Most of the season, he kind of camped around the 230s. You see the slow chopper. Ohtani grabs it and throws to first in time for out number 2.
Yeah, that was just a good pitch by Ohtani. Got him in at the hands, and all Springer could do was jam shot it right back to him. So, pretty stellar inning so far for Ohtani. He's going to deal with Yuli Gurriel next, looking for a pedestrian 1-2-3.
See, they're 293 against right-handed hitters. Right now, he has nobody on and 2 outs here in the top of the 2nd. Still nothing to score, as that one is outside for ball 1. Swung on and chopped on over to second base. Fletcher to first in time. And that takes care of out number 3. 1-2-3 go the Astros in the top of the 2nd. Bottom half of the inning, 2 up.
And leading up for the Angels, the left fielder, DJ.
7-8-9 do it for the Angels as DJ Peters gets things started with a slashing foul ball. On the 2nd, Jordan Smith here alongside me, Carlos Zimmerman, for this game here of an AOS matchup on ML Botball on Twitch.tv. You see DJ Peters at that 304 batting average on the year. Has been a pretty formidable hitter for the lower third, the last third of the lineup. As this one is a hard hit fly ball to left field. Brantley still backing up on it. Now backpedals to make the catch in front of the trap. For out number 1.
Not shortstop.
There might have been a chance that he could have lost it in the sun. But he was able to recover well from it. As you look at Andrew Fitzsimmons, 10-game hitting streak for him. So the Angels have their own little bit of a hit streak happening here.
Count 1-0.
Outside for ball 1. You see there against McCullers, 4 for 22 with a 182 career average against the right-handed arm of Lance.
That's a ball.
That one low for ball 3.
3-0.
See, they're on deck. A player who's just hitting under the Mendoza line in general, Jason Castro, but got Jose Altuve out on a throw to second base. Back in the top of the 1st, as that one's in their first strike.
3 balls, 1 strike.
Yeah, don't really want to get yourself into another situation where you're putting guys on base via the free pass. You already threw 21 pitches in the last inning. You get up to 40 if you let someone on.
Swung on, a hit right back up the middle. That'll be a grounder for a base hit as that rolls into center field. Now runner on, like you said, don't want to put runners on, but it now extends it to an 11-game hitting streak for Andrelton Simmons.
And just reached down and was able to get a decent pitch out of McCullers. But now you look at Castro, who's working a 10-game hitting streak of his own.
Off the plate, ball one.
That one outside for ball one, like you said. Castro with that 10-game hitting streak currently sits with that 188 batting average on the season. As the throw from the stretch is a swing and a miss on the breaking pitch for a 1-1 count. Swung on and chopped foul. Got him on that bottom inside corner for 1-2.
Expecting McCullers to just blow some high heat by him and get him.
1-2 will fall. Tried to get Castro to swing again. Won't work this time. He's throwing that breaking pitch in each of the last 3 pitches. See if he does it again. It does with the knuckle curve, but it gets fouled away.
Yeah, the more he kind of throws that, Castro ought to be just sitting on it.
Another changeup fouled away. Good battle here brewing between these two. Like you said, getting up to 40 pitches now is Lance McCullers through an inning and third of work. Big swing and a miss on the high-rising two-seamer. And that takes care of out number 2.
The right fielder, number 18.
Well, he didn't quite get him with the high heat. Took a little bit off on that fastball, but still Castro bit and got bit himself.
So now the top of the order and Brian Goodwin in the plate. 0 for 1 with a ground out, as they say they get him swinging for a 0-1 count. Right now the runner on first and Simmons, and that's it. Big swing and a miss. Make it an 0-2 count.
Ball inside.
Side misses 1-2 on the knuckle curve. You see their pitch number 40 coming up. So you pretty much called it, Carlos.
Yeah, he didn't walk Simmons, but he's going to get to it with this pitch or even anything further. Hopefully it's one for him that strikes out Goodwin.
Drop third strike, so there's a strikeout throw to first. Gets the official third out. And that will do it for the bottom of the second inning. 40 pitches total for McCullers, but only gives it one more hit as we head to the top of the third inning.
Leading off for Houston, the right fielder, number 30.
Kyle Tucker.
Kyle Tucker.
Here up to the plate. 7-8-9 due up for the Astros.
1-0.
Here in at this top of the third, as you see a 6-game hitting streak for Tucker. Start 1-0 on the count.
Nope, inside, ball 2.
Two 2-0 as he backs out of the way. It's about knee level for ball 3.
I don't think the green light may be on here. This one should fall into the zone. Let's see if Tucker takes the hack at it with Lee up next.
Hey!
And as usual, in a 3-0, no swing, no green light, as that falls in the zone for a 3-1 count. In there, 4 strike 2 as he pumps the 99-mile-an-hour the inside corner of the plate.
No way Tucker was going to be able to catch up to that one. Expecting Ohtani to go outside here, get him to swing at it.
It's set up outside, and that one a hard hit ball down the line, but foul. Got him on a high pitch there, high in the zone at least. Still 3-2. Three-two swung on it once again, foul.
They're setting up outside, and Ohtani might just be missing his spots.
Another foul ball there. Good battle between these two. The majority of the at-bat has been on the inside part of the plate. We'll see if Castro sets up outside, as he does. This one swung on, hit to the opposite side of the shift, but still carrying a cut on an interesting catch there by Peters. Right in front of the track for out number 1.
The shortstop.
It's a good at-bat regardless of how Tucker you made Ohtani use 9 pitches in that at-bat. Work his pitch count up a bit and compare it to McCullers, as here strides in the Texas League All-Star from earlier this year, Corey Lee.
Ball 1, no strike.
One outside for Bowen. You see the 1-for-4 stat line in the last game he played. As that one will miss low 2-0. Thought about swinging, decided not to, did Lee. You see the 150 average up from where he started this series at a 0.83. Of course, he hasn't had much of a sample size to go with yet.
3-0.
So right now, just building that sample size, as you see Martin Maldonado on deck.
Hey.
3-0 will find the zone. 3-1 the count.
Tommy's shaking his head a little bit there, knowing he should do better in these at-bats. Second straight at-bat, he has had a 3-0 count.
Go.
3-1 swung on right back up the middle. And Corey Lee smacks a 98-mile-an-hour fastball and has to get Ohtani to duck out of the way for a one-out base hit.
The catcher, Martin.
And the youngster didn't miss that one. Hit right back up the middle, literally over second base, over the middle of the mound. That is how you do it. You hand things over to Maldonado, who has not been in many games this season for the Astros. Most of those reps taken by, I believe, not even Wilson Ramos, Garrett Stubbs. With him out to injury, that's why Maldonado's in this starting spot against the righties.
Pickoff move gets by Albert Pujols as it bounces off the glove, but Lee will stay there at first base. And yeah, like you said, the usual guy in the right-handed lineup would in fact be Garrett Stubbs. Maldonado every once in a while would make an appearance in the right-handed lineup, but primarily would show up in the left-handed lineups, so that's why you see the lower sample size from Maldonado. Of course, when the injury had taken place to Stubbs, that's when he took over the right-handed lineup starting spot. That happened right before the deadline, as you see that one getting in the zone. 4 strike 3, caught him looking. Now 2 away here.
Now batting.
The top of the third, and that brings up the top of the order.
There was just really nothing Maldonado was going to be able to do with that pitch to even protect. It was just placed perfectly by Ohtani.
He's good.
Pickoff move unsuccessful. You see Jose Altuve, who has a single in this one. Watch when Fall out the zone for strike one. Just catching the edge on that pitch. Right now the runner on first and Corey Lee, and that's it.
1-1.
That one will miss outside for ball one. You see, there's 1,701 hits in 9 seasons. He's on pace and has been every year, and now more so with breaking Craig Biggio's single season record twice. He's on pace to not only beat Biggio's hit record, but potentially to have a top three career hits in all of baseball history. Swing and a miss.
2-2.
Making 2-2 count. You see their fans loving him here in Anaheim. The Japanese Babe Ruth they call Shohei Ohtani, and for good reason. An absolute wonder kid who came over just a few years ago, and there's a reason why right there. Gets the slider to swing and miss to end the inning. Leaves the runner straight for the Astros. We head to the bottom of the third. Still no score here in Anaheim.
And leading off for the Angels, the second baseman,
David Fletcher getting started. Walk in the first. See there, missing outside for ball one. Pretty good numbers against the Colors. 3 for 6 lifetime. And that will be 3 for 7 as that's caught on a line by Lee. Had a range to his left to make the catch. And there you see the AL West standings. 5 games back for the Astros, 8 back for the Angels.
Yeah, they're really going to be the only ones really competing left. Texas and Seattle fell by the wayside earlier this year, despite Texas being near the top at the beginning of the year. But that's just how the cookie crumbles in baseball. You know, you can start off hot, but then you can taper off in the middle of summer months. So we near towards the fall part of this season. It's down to these 3 squads. Oakland's been the hot hand. Houston has gone up and down. So this is going to be, like I mentioned, it's going to be a really fun last bit of this season.
2 balls, no strike.
2-0 as that one misses outside to Trout. 0 for 1 in the ball game with a fly ball out.
Ball back outside.
Outside 3-0. And yeah, like you said, it's going to be a lot of fun to see what these 3 teams do in the West, and especially what the Astros and Angels do with the wild card, and if any of them catch up to the number 1 spot in the West, then what the Athletics would do as far as getting back to number 1, and then also with the race for the wild card. It's going to be a lot more fun in the American League now that the White Sox have fallen off a bit, as a 3-1 will miss the zone just barely. So good no swing by Mike Trout as he gets on first base with a walk.
Walks are just mounting for Lansing Village. I believe that was his 3rd one. Now he's got to deal with the cleanup hitter in Rendon. Boy, this could, if he doesn't play this at bat right against Rendon, this inning could turn ugly.
He's going.
Swung on and fouled. It's a quick 0-1 count here. Rendon 1 for 1 in the ball game. Has a hit with a single, one of only 2 hits by the Angels so far in this one. Is Chet Trout there at first base.
Ball back low.
No swing. 1-1 count as that falls just above the turf, or the dirt.
See, McCullers is worried about Trout. Wouldn't surprise me if the hit and run could possibly be on here for Joe Madden.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Outside 2-1. Lance McCullers up to 50 pitches now in 2 1/3 innings work. Won't have a long day, that's for sure. Unless you can get a couple of quick innings that last less than 10 pitches, which, barring the way that today has gone, more than likely won't be the case. Two just misses the zone, says the home plate umpire. Makes it a full count now. You see Justin Upton on deck.
Walker wouldn't be terrible if you get to Upton, who's been quiet, but strikeout is more ideal.
And swung on and lifted in the infield. Altuve makes the catch on a short pop off the broken bat for out number 2.
Designated hitter.
Good pitch by McCullers. Like you saw there, sawed off Rendon. Now you're in a much more manageable position. Upton, he walked back in the first, but McCullers hoping to rebound here.
So now Upton up to the plate as he swings at one, and there's a way to get your first hit in quite a bit. Makes it a 2-run homer to left field, 424 feet. So, wish he didn't face a guy who'd gone 0 for 16 before that at bat, but either way, it's 2-0 Angels.
Look at this, McCullers, he hung one up there, and Upton, he did not miss it. So, yeah, 0 for 15, no more. Now 1 for 16 in your last 16 at-bats, and that swing right there has given the Angels nice lead. Great distance off of that 107.7 mile an hour hit by Upton.
Up next for the Angels.
So now with a 2-run lead, strides in Albert Pujols as it swings and misses for strike 1. 0 for 1 with a fly out back in the first. So short fly ball to center field. Just missing 1 and 1. And obviously it just seems like McCullers is just not having the kind of day that he usually does. Pitch number 57 now that gets grounded past Altuve. There's a base hit to make Pujols now 1 for 2 on the day. It just seems like Lance is just not having a day that he usually does ever. And it's just having one of the worst days of his career as see Brett Strawn, the pitching coach, trying to talk to his righty.
Yeah, no, in real life, a couple starts ago for him, he was pitching a no-hitter against the Giants. And then, so that harkens back to his video game stuff because it's about the same accuracy. So McCullers, he has struggled today to work that off speed, and because that has been the pitches that these Angels hitters have been teeing off of, especially the one from Upton and now from Pujols.
Let's go, Angels!
1-0 to Peters as that one misses outside to make it 2-0. Swing and a miss as that falls below the zone. 2-1 now. Big swing and a miss from Peters. McCullers now trying to get out of the inning with a 22-pitch inning here on this one. Have to wait as that one gets past Maldonado. The throw to second not in time, and Pujols second on the wild pitch.
My goodness, that I thought Maldonado, he rarely ever lets ones get away from him, and that one, it snuck away, and now that sets up anything. Leaves an open base at first. It could set up another run for the Angels. We'll see.
There's a single on the right side of the infield. More than the Bulls won't go. That'll put runners on the corners with a 2-out single.
Another pitch that just rode up too high and hung up there in the zone. Peters didn't miss it, beats it into the ground, and puts it through that gaping hole between first and second. Now it's runners at the corners for Andrelton and Simmons, who's already got a hit today.
See that one bouncing right up the middle, scoops it and throws it to Altuve, just barely able to get it out on the 6-4 ground out. Just enough to 2-run shot to end a hitless streak, makes it 2-0 Angels. As we head to the top of the fourth, Carlos will now give you the play-by-play for the middle innings.
Michael.
Thank you very
Brantley.
much, Jordan. Once again, folks, Jordan Smith, Carlos Zimmerman here, bringing you the action here in the late Sunday afternoon. We're glad you're with us on twitch.tv. As, man, the Astros are struggling already. Ohtani now has some insurance to work with as he starts Brantley off with a ball.
All two.
Now the pitch misses high, 2-0. Folks, I want to take this opportunity here as we're in the top of the fourth to remind you to vote for our charity Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels, they support more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives, independence, and dignity. There are a couple ways to donate. We'll get to that in just a moment as Brantley is walked on 4 pitches by Ohtani.
Now batting.
Yeah, obviously a good job there by Brantley to start the inning off the way you need it for the Astros, getting a 4-pitch walk and not swinging at anything that Ohtani wants you to chase at. Now that brings up the somewhat dangerous 3-4-5 part of the lineup that you have here in Houston.
Bregman swings through that one to make the count 0-1. 2 ways you can donate. You can hit ! donate, just as I did in the chat. That'll take you to our Streamlabs link for you to be able to donate to Meals on Wheels. And then another way to donate, you can hit the PayPal button just below the player on Twitch, and that'll take you to a spot where you're able to donate that way. If you love what you see, please donate to a great organization in Meals on Wheels.
I got the count 1 and 2.
Bregman falls behind 1-2 with the runner Brantley at first as that one misses outside. 2-2 the count. Bregman unhinges one into left center field, and that one is going to sail out of here. Alex Bregman, his 30th home run on the year, and he has tied the ball game on a 403-foot shot to left center. It's 2-2.
There you go. Way to get number 30 on the season for Alex Bregman. To tie it up right there. Just a hard hit liner, basically. Trout could not get to the one this time. And like you said, ties at the ballgame, and that's huge now because now Lance McCullers can kind of hit reset and really get back to his usual self if he wants to last more than just the next couple innings.
Now I'll bring up the lefty hitting Yordan Alvarez, currently working a 1-0 count. He's 0 for 1 today. Ohtani trying to settle back in and try to put that 2-run shot out of your mind. Definitely a hard thing to do. Look at that. Alvarez, he's been walked 59 times. Good for 10th in the American League. The 2-0 is swung on and hit well into left field. Trout making a run after, and he will make it a few steps in front of the track. And that'll be out number 1 here in the top of the fourth.
Now batting, the center fielder, George.
Yeah, just getting a little too underneath that one did Alvarez, unfortunately. Otherwise, you know, that one may have fallen for a base hit and gotten to the wall to give him a double, which is something else he's been really good at. Really hitting in general he's been really good at. Now a guy who, you know, obviously not today, but throughout these last few weeks has gotten better at it.
That is George Springer, 0 for 1 so far today as Ohtani approaches 60 pitches here in the fourth as he'll swing at a high fastball. Make the count 1-1 as Ohtani blows by the 98 heater. Base is empty, tied ball game. The sweeping pitch there is grounded to Simmons. Throw on to Pujols, and that will be out number 2 in the top of the fourth. Ohtani,
number 10.
He's given up a walk and a home run, but locks in here on the next 2 batters to get 2 outs quickly.
George Springer would love to have that one back. He missed an opportunity at a hanging pitch there. And Ohtani getting lucky with that one just being a grounder. Getting too much on the top of it did George Springer. And so now he goes back down with an 0-2 ball game.
No, that's down.
First pitch to the Cuban, Yuli Gurriel, 1-0. He's 0 for 1 today. So Tiny, 60th pitch of the ball game, misses. Oh, doesn't miss it. Catches the upper half of the zone for even count now at 1-1. Goes a little bit northeast to southwest there, but that one is that caught the lower half of the zone, 1-2. That one fouled away. You can count 1-2.
Nope, outside.
Here's one that misses outside, 2-2. Waits the 2-2 pitch from Otani and swings at it in at the hands, but is able to foul it off, and that'll keep the count even at 2-2. Chops one. Otani gloves it well, throws on Pujols, and that will end the top of the 4th. But Alex Bregman does his job to get Houston back in this ballgame, puts one into the left center field rocks. And that is tied it at 2-2 as we head to the bottom of the 4th in Anaheim. Take a look here. Heidi Watney talking about Albert Pujols and the season he has had. Look also at Joe Madden, the Angels manager.
And leading off,
Jason Castro is going to kick this one off 9-1 and 2-2 up for him.
Castro.
First pitch to Jason Castro floats in there 0-1. Castro been unable to get any hits against McCullers. The next pitch misses low for a ball, 1-1. Some quick pitches coming here from McCullers.
Nope, that's down.
All right, get that.
Right, ball.
Here we go.
2-1 is hit into the right center field gap for a base hit. So Castro is going to stroll into second with a head-first sliding double. That's a way to break your streak against Lance McCullers on your career, as it's a leadoff double, and that extends Castro's hitting streak to 11.
I mean, just a good swing right there. You see a level swing, and it's timed it perfectly to hit it into that right center gap and get it to the wall and put on the wheels and got all the way to second with that sliding double. Otherwise, may have gotten out if he tried to stand up. See, they're now 1-0 count to Brian Goodwin.
Goodwin today, 0 for 2, strikeout and a ground out. And a 1-0 count, runner at second, no out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. McCullers' 70th pitch of the game misses high for a ball, 2-0. Goodwin swings at a changeup that floated in there, and he missed it. 2-1 the count. McCullers trying to just limit any further damage from happening. Gave up a 2-run shot to Justin Upman in the previous inning. Now he's been able to, like you mentioned, Jordan, get a little bit of a reset here, but the reset a little bit tough so far as the 2-1 by Goodwin. Grounded over to short. Corey Lee will play it on a hop, and that will be out number 1 here in the bottom half of the 4th.
Good job by Lee defensively today. We've seen him do a lot so far today. He's had to run and make a lot of gloves and fields on the run instead of setting up and just getting a regular grounder. So a good job by Lee so far defensively today as he scoops that one for out number 1.
Now breaking up the Angels' second baseman, David Fletcher. Another one in the dirt, this time much more well blocked. by Martin Maldonado to keep it in front of him, and that'll make the count 1-0 against Fletcher. Fletcher looks at a knuckle curve that sweeps to the inside. 2-0 the count. High stretch delivers McCullers, and now down into a 3-0 count. Maldonado's allowing him to just ease up here. You got Trout up next, an open base over at first, so the double play could be on if you want Fletcher. Colors, 3-0, missed high. Ball for a 4-pitch walk for David Fletcher. That does open up that opening base. At first, but Trout, not really known for grounding into double plays. He's grounded into a few this season. Over 10 at least, but let's see, he's got power. Colors will set at the eyes and deliver the first pitch to Trout, and that'll float in there for a strike. Excellent pitch there from Lance.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
96 mile an hour fastball missed. 1-1. Castro at second. Fletcher over there at first. Fletcher with some decent speed. 1-1 to Trout. Floats in there. A nice knuckle curve action from McCullers. Makes the count 1-2 as he's a strike away from getting Trout out of there. And Madden did not like that call at all. Hit over to third, gloved by Bregman, throw to second, jumping by Altuve on the first. What a double play turned around the horn, 5-4-3, and that gets Lance McCullers out of the inning. It started with Bregman, and then Altuve over to Gurriel finished it off. Tie ball game as we still head to the 5th inning in Anaheim. Again, get a look at Heidi Watney here as we begin the top of the 5th, talking about the man who will bat second in this inning, George Springer. Guy has been able to really turn it around. Dusty Baker, you see him there talking with Brent Strom, potential bullpen options being made possibly when we head to the bottom of the 5th. So that wasn't Springer on deck, it's Kyle Tucker.
The right fielder, number 30.
Who's at the plate?
Kyle Tucker.
0 from 1 today. He stares at a pitch that just floats into the zone. Split finger 0-1. Last game, 2 for 5 had a home run last night. Plays Josh Reddick, the 0-1 missed outside. 1-1 the count. Here by Ohtani, who is into his 5th inning of work, nearing 70 pitches. Tucker grounds one into the shift. Fletcher will throw it from the outfield grass, and he will get Tucker here for out number 1 inning.
Shortstop, Corey Lee.
Yeah, and a good way for Ohtani to start here in the top of the 5th, just 3 pitches in and getting the ground out to now face Corey Lee. And, you know, it's really for him right now, it's just trying to work quick innings. He's obviously had 68 pitches through 4 1/3 so far. Now 69 is out and missed for 1-0, but still, you know, Ohtani's had a lot better job of managing his pitch count and being able to make it seem a little less worse than it is.
No, you're absolutely right. It's now 2-0 as the fastball missed to the young Corey Lee. 1 for 1 today. Base hit here could get him on base and keep this Astros hitting trucking along as that one is hit deep into center field. Trout going after, and he will make the catch. For out number 2, a few steps in front of the warning track.
Now batting, catcher, Martin.
That one may have had a shot of getting out of here as that one seemed to carry a bit, but then just kind of died as it got to center field. As that one all the way got to the warning track, basically right in front of it.
Yeah, the wind's not blowing in today, so unless it may have just died in the California heat, so Anywhere else that could have carried a little further as Maldonado, the 9-hole hitter for the Astros, swings to that one. Won a Gold Glove back in 2017 before he joined the Astros. I believe that was as a member of the Kansas City Royals, if I'm not mistaken. Someone in the chit chat. Wow, the Twitch chat wants to correct me on that one, as it's now 0-2 against the Astros catcher.
Should we count that as another stonk, even though it's not a jinx?
No, absolutely not. That's only if I say something and the opposite happens. That's for a down stonk. An up stonk is if I say something and it's right.
Nope.
That one misses in 1 and 2. No action in neither bullpen so far. Maybe seeing something in the bottom of the 5th, as we saw at the top. Talking with Brent Strom, as Maldonado will ground 1-2 Pujols, and he will take it to the bag. 3 unassisted, and it is a 1-2-3 inning for Shohei Ohtani. Rendon, Upton, and Pujols, they are due up in the bottom of the 5th. Tie ball game in Anaheim. It's 2-2.
And leading up for the Angels, the third baseman,
Anthony Rendon, cleanup hitter for the Angels, will stride in. Lance McCullers back out for a 5th inning of work. 80 pitches into this one. Been a rocky one for him. Lucky it's only stayed a tied ball game for the last couple innings, as that one runs up and near Rendon's shoulder. It's 1-0 to the Angels' third baseman. Rendon golfs one down the left field foul line, and that'll make the count 1-1. Rendon slaps that one through the quasi shift there on the infield, and that is a lead-off hit. The Angels' third baseman, as he just continues to have a stellar year, working 3 pitches there against McCullers, as here is Justin Upton.
Yeah, man, just another good piece of hitting. Get him on first base. Just found the open gap there on the right side of the infield, as you see the swing and the miss for 0-1. You know, just found an open gap and took advantage, and now you got a guy who is coming off the skid. You know, if you will hit the skid, and with that 2-run homer to initially take the lead for the Angels back in that bottom of the 3rd.
0-2.
Swinging away right now. That home run by Upton was his 320th career home run in his 13-year career. 0-2 runs Upton in. 1-2.
2 strikes.
Anything could hit on the ground could set up double play possibilities. With Pujols up next. 1-2 from McCullers. Swung on and missed by Justin Upton. A nice knuckle curve for McCullers' 3rd strikeout of the afternoon, and that is 1 out now in the bottom of the 5th.
Right now for McCullers, he has to set up with a mentality of a double play, because right now, unless he can get that double play in the next 3 pitches, more likely we might not even see him finish this 5th inning, depending on how this next at-bat goes. He's got to get a double play here from Pujols.
Ball 1, no strike.
With the lack of Pujols' speed, that is definitely a possibility. It's a 1-0 count on him right now. Coming up at the top of the hour, or at the conclusion of this one, Yankees and White Sox at a guaranteed rate field on the south side of Chicago. Should be a fun one. Leave P. Mr. 3, and I'll look here on the website. Who's the other one that's going to be calling with him? It is Great Aether Boss for that one. Garrett Cole, a former Astro. Reynaldo Lopez, as that's grounded into left field for a base hit by Pujols. Going first to 3rd is Rendon. The throw in by Brantley is not in time. As Rendon got under the tag of Bregman, it's runners at the corner.
Risky business there. Saw the hit and run gust. It's the only reason he was even able to be safe at 3rd. But a good job by the Angels to see that and, you know, just take a risk with the 1 out to try to avoid the double plays. You see that one in the zone for 1-1, but ended up working out because now they got runners on the corners once again.
Double play still a possibility with DJ Peters at the plate, the notorious ground ball hitter. He's got pop as well, the 0-1.
Nope.
This is in. see that average. Runners in scoring position, 368 this year. That is much higher than his normal average. Just hovering above 300.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
Feller's well up over 90 pitches now, and he'll near 100 if this inning were to continue. This could be his potential last batter if this is hit. The 1-2 missed out inside. 2-2, couldn't get the ball. Ooh, boy, that one nearly ran up and got Peters in the ribs. He's able to work that back to a full count with Andrelton Simmons on deck. Runners at the corners, 1 out. That is golfed over to short. Lee will throw on Altuve on to first. Got him again. Another inning-ending double play to bail out Lance McCullers. That'll likely be the last we see of him, as the 6-4-3 double play works to perfection. Lee, Altuve, and Gurriel as we head to the 6th in a tie ball game in Anaheim.
Leading off for Houston, the second baseman, Jose.
1-2-3, due up for Houston here as Altuve strides in with a 1-for-2 day so far. He's singled back in the first inning. Shohei Ohtani back out for another inning of work. Could potentially be the last inning we see him. It's Justin Anderson, Kenyon Middleton, they're up in the pen right now for the Angels. First pitch to Jose is swung on and hit into center. Got underneath that one as Trout strides over to his left, and he'll make the catch. 1 pitch, 1 out to start the 6th.
That's exactly what Ohtani was looking for right there, to just get him the swing at the first pitch. Of course, that's, like we said all year, trademark Altuve, swinging at the first pitch. More than times than not, it works, but either way, now it brings up Michael Brantley in a little bit more favorable position for Ohtani's pitch count.
Nearing 80 pitches. First pitch, Brantley misses in, 1-0. There you go, pair of righties. Both of them warming up. Middleton and Justin Anderson. May expect Anderson. If Ohtani cannot get out of this inning, we'll expect Middleton if he is able to get his team to the 7th. As Brantley pops this one up.